And now, get ready for a full day of election coverage, including historical analysis, candidate bios, polling station coverage, and much more. 8 commentators covering over 50 years. Audience participation makes it your most interactive resource on Election Day. Don't miss it.
All right, folks, we are back. It is 6:04 p.m. and the train is leaving the station. How many of you guys are ready for it? I already see 100 and how many people? 80 people logged in. Let's get it, folks. Let's get it. This is where the action is at. Yes. Come on in, Jebby. We're waiting on you. Miss Karen. We're going to have Mr. Christopher Famous from Bermuda joining us into the evening hours. Mr. Roy should be joining us at some point, but he kind of double booked, so no worries there. But we are ready. The polls have officially closed. We're going to be monitoring a couple feeds here and get some official word from the elections headquarters. We will also have available here exclusive interviews with candidates throughout the evening, so please stay tuned for all of that action. This is where you want to be for it, folks. Thank you guys so much. I'm just confirming, yes, we're streaming on YouTube. We got Facebook up. We're on Cayman Decides Facebook page as well. So share the link with your friends. The interactive map is going to be going live here in a second. Oh, we got an interview coming up. Hold on.
Mr. Howell, of course, thank you for being back here with us. So what do the numbers look like as far as voter turnout?
So about 6 minutes ago, I did the official countdown to the close of the polls, reminded our staff that any voter who was within the 300-foot boundary were able to still cast their votes in the event that we had some people standing by. The last count we had as of 5 p.m., we had over 16,800 ballots cast across all 19 electoral districts. So now, as we speak, each of the electoral districts will be calling in their final numbers as of 6 p.m. And then they'll proceed to do their end of day procedures to seal up those boxes in front of the agents and prepare them to be transported to wherever they're going to be counted. In most cases, that's going to be at the same polling location, maybe in a separate room, sometimes in the same room as the polling.
Okay. Well, earlier we spoke about challenges that you may have had throughout the day at the polling stations. Has everything gone smoothly since our 3 p.m. update?
I haven't received any feedback other than, folks were able to go out, a very smooth, transparent process. I spoke to one of the workers here who left and went out and voted and came back, and it was a 3-minute exercise for her. So that was the feedback that I received from most persons.
Okay, well, you and your team seem to be building that track record of just getting people through there in a very smooth and orderly manner, and kudos to you and your team for that. So any final words to the Cayman public before we wrap up?
So we are on track to start counting at 7 p.m. and we look forward to delivering the results live on our website as soon as a box is reported to us. We will update the stats with the number of ballots cast for each candidate within that particular box. And we'll continue doing that until all the boxes are counted and we make a final declaration across all 19 electoral districts. So for some people, this is when the excitement begins. For us, this is the next step in our process.
Just before we wrap up, though, just if we could give set up in people's mind a scenario who may not know what outside of a polling station would look like once the polls have closed and even when the count has started.
So the polls are open to any voter who's coming in to vote, and then they then leave after they've cast their vote. When the count starts, the number of persons that are able to be present at the count shrinks. The security is tighter for that, and they get down to the very serious business of counting those votes, which are done by hand. I'm looking forward to not being here until wee hours of tomorrow morning. In 2017, we were done by about 11:45. I'm hoping for something similar, but I've stressed to all the team members, and we've trained for this. Take your time, do it right, make sure everybody's comfortable with the results as you go through declaring each ballot.
Okay, so you mentioned that security will be tighter, the numbers will dwindle. Who are those persons that are in that room?
So in that room will be the returning officer or deputy returning officer. They can count together or separately. By together, I mean they can take turns counting, one box each, that sort of a thing. So for the most part, they will be counting separately.
Okay.
So 2 simultaneous count in different rooms. Our returning officers have 2 of our staff members as tally clerks. So they keep track of how each ballot is being called. We cannot count by ourselves. So we have to have candidates or agents present. And if they're not present, we need to go and find 2 electors from that electoral district before we can start counting. That's usually not a problem because we always have the candidates and agents there for the count because that's where the rubber meets the road.
Right.
So in addition to our staff and their tally clerks, each candidate can have two counting clerks. So in relation to those electoral districts that have 5 candidates, so that's 5 times 2, 10 plus our 3, 13 persons in that room. We have a field officer who reports that in, and of course we have the police who give us the security to ensure that this process carries through in our normal, secure and efficient manner.
So you mentioned returning officer. For those who may be watching that don't know what a returning officer is, can you explain?
So a returning officer is a creature of our legislation. It's the person, and we have 19 of them. So the governor actually issues them with a writ which sets out the date of the election and the place for which the polling will be carried out. And the writ then has the returning officer returning to the governor the name of the candidate who's returned to office. So that's what the terminology is in the law for the person who wins the election. They're returned to that seat in Parliament.
Okay, so any final words again?
No, I just want to thank the public for the usual K-Mankind way of voting. We had some minor complaints, but for the most part, very calm, peaceful voting as we're accustomed to.
All right, Mr. Howell, thank you so much for being here with us. Of course, thank you to you and your team of how many hundreds of persons who've been able to carry out democracy here today in the Cayman Islands. Of course, we thank you, our viewers, for tuning in throughout the day. We invite you to join us at 7 p.m. when we'll be going live and taking the live feed from Radio Cayman as they go throughout the night. As always, I'm Donna Bush, and I thank you for joining us here.
All right, good folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you guys so much. We are getting the train on the road here. Let me just say good evening to one and good evening to all. We have all of our usual folks here. Anthony, Charlene, Michael, Karis is here. Karis, we've not seen you in a minute. You're present. Cara is here for it. Yes, we're going to talk about those candidates, honey child. We're getting ready. Rovina is ready. Pamela is ready. Ali, good evening. Carola is here. Alex is here. Thank you. He's vying for Mr. Moses. So now the polls are closed, folks. You can have your opinion on your candidates, and we're going to be talking about all of them here in a second. And as the results start to roll in, we will be pulling up the live interactive map on caymandecides.com. So have that open simultaneously as we will hear so that you can get all the information. Magdalene says that she's heading east for 7 p.m. for East End results. I suspect that the sister islands, North Side and East End, as usual, will be coming in first. Let's bring Jevi into the stream. Good evening, Senor Jevi. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm perfect. Thank you so much for asking. Let me turn on my camera so everybody can see me. I know they're always asking to see me. There I'm at. Hi, Aline, Erica, Terry, Cecile says, I'm ready. Alex says, let's go, Moses. Miss Julie is here. Alice, Cheryl, Desi, Marshall is here, Juanita, Jody, everybody's here tonight. 350 of you. Let's keep it going. The party has just begun. Jevi, what's your current location, my dear?
I am in the Prospect area. We're not saying
Okay.
having a little gathering, praying and hoping and wishing. But yeah, I'm in the Prospect area.
All right. So tell us what your involvement was today. You are a polling agent.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not.
No,
Okay.
not at all.
So you were just out there supporting your candidate of choice.
I went out and voted today. That's
Mhm.
that's all I did today. I do have friends who are contending in the general election, and it's interesting to sit back and watch everything on play. We see voter turnout being well in most areas, and so we now just have to wait and see what that result is going to be.
Okay. And we're going to look at some numbers, I think, here in a second to see exactly what the voter turnout was like, because I'm sure they're in the process of updating that. As Mr. Wesley Howell indicated, essentially what they have done is they have said anyone who would have been at the polls at the time would still be eligible to be counted. So as of right now, we look like most districts, and I think this will get further updated slightly, but it does look like most people. Ms. Karen, I think you're muted, so I'm not sure where that feedback is coming from, but most of the constituencies are in the 60-something percentile with, just having a quick perusal, with East End and North Side having the highest. So East End came in at 75.68 so far of the registered voters turning out, and North Side has 76.56. I was really hoping we could get even higher than that, folks. I wanted to see some numbers like in the 80 percentile. I mean, what's the point of being registered to vote if you don't even go out, right? But anyway, it is what it is. And I think we are certainly thankful for the people that do decide to participate in the process. So Javi, why did you vote today? Why do you think it's important for you to vote?
I think it's important to vote because it is what we can do as a part of the democratic process. A lot of people complain about politicians and how politicians operate and what politicians do, but this is the opportunity for us to actually do something about it. And so to simply stay home and not vote, it's not enough. For me, I went to the polling station and I don't think that I was inside the polling station for more than 2 minutes. It was a simple process. I gave them the card. They marked my name. I went into the polling booth. I made my decision and I came back out. It honestly was one of the easiest things that I have to do. So I'm not a fan of the concept that, oh, well, my vote doesn't count. I'm a young person or whatever the case is. I believe that everyone should absolutely, do their best to make sure that they can vote. We live in critical times, and if you have strong opinions on what you want to see happen in the country, it's absolutely important that you get out and vote. And I think we saw that today. We saw in a lot of districts very, very strong voter turnout very, very early on, and I think that could be considered indicative of change that we could see. Of course, we don't know. We have to wait on until the final numbers come in.
Okay. All right. Well, I totally agree with you. And when I was out and about this morning, I mean, I went before the polls even opened. I said, listen, at the end of the day, we have the democratic privilege to be able to vote. And I think that we should exercise that as much as we possibly can. So we do have Miss Karen, who is also waiting in the wings. Good evening.
Good evening, Sandy. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful.
Javi, how
So
are
nice
you?
to see you here. So for those of you who do not know who Karen Thompson is, let me provide you with some information. I think most people in the Cayman Islands know, but just in case, Ms. Karen is obviously an attorney at law. She has been practicing since Jesus was a baby. In other words, she's well seasoned. She is also a public figure in the political arena during the period leading up to the 1976 through the 2000 elections. So when I said we've got a lot of wealth of information and knowledge coming at you guys this evening, that was certainly no joke. She is retired from private practice. And I think she's enjoying living the life of a glam mother. She's got some beautiful grandchildren, and she does have 2 children as well. And she participated in was it the 2017 election, Miss Karen? You were actually a candidate.
I decided that I would exit public life by taking a stand in the 2017 election.
Yes.
And I placed third, a distant third from out of a canvas of 3 candidates, with the current minister, Minister Hugh, leading the polls literally 3-1. But I thought it was very fitting. I entered the political arena in 1972. I was 16 years old.
Wow.
And I made my first speech platform on the A.L. Thompson building overlooking the post office.
My goodness.
I was there urging the young voters to register for the election in 1976, 4 years down the line. That was my role. And Ms. Corrine was not successful at the polls, but in my eyes, she was a success because she seasoned me and joined me on the campaign trail in 1976. And in 1976, that was, I think, a pivotal year in politics. A 16-year government was unseated, and the unity team, of which I was a founding member, led by Truman Murray Bodden, Truman, my boss at the time, we went in with 15 seats, no opposition. Can you believe that? We had the 12 and the 3.
No opposition. Wow.
No opposition. The first time in the history of these islands that we had a government with a backbench and no opposition, 1976 to 1980. We lost 3 seats in 1980, and in 1984, we lost our leader, Mr. Truman Bodden. But we kept unity going until the death of Jim Bodden in 1988. And in 1992, I'm sure that there are those of us like Dr. Roy Bodden that will remember what a pivotal role he and his then political colleague from Bodden Town, Mr. Gilbert McLean, they were actually the movers of Motion 390, which precipitated constitutional change and reform. And at the time of Motion 390, we had a government with 4 seats, and we had 3 official members and an opposition that would, with the assistance of Gilbert, of Roy and Gilbert, we were able to have an opposition of 8 and a government bench of 4. And that was the 88 to 92. And then in 92, I decided I would branch out on my own, and I took an underdog, Kurt Tibbetts, and ran him against my former team, Unity, and I got Kurt in as number 4. And the rest is history. I was Curtin Alden's chairwoman in 2000, and after the Turtle Stew fiasco, I decided it was time to exit the political arena, which I consider I did. I don't really consider that I gave it much of a shot in 2017. But you have to respect the pulse of the people. And you know, today is the same as every other election. You have a choice. You vote for change, or you leave your incumbent. It's as simple as that. And a low voter turnout normally signals that, you know, what we would have hoped would have represented a move in the direction of a change. It doesn't necessarily mean that would be the end result, but a low voter turnout would normally run in favor of the incumbent. And I've tried to emphasize that irrespective, cast your vote, be counted.
Yes.
If not, I was unable to vote in 1972, Sandra. I just turned 16 years old. I was in high school. And yet I prepared my colleagues and friends to all run with me in 1976 and get on the Unity bandwagon. So that's a little bit about me in politics. But thank you.
Well, thank you so much for thank you so much for that.
To have this opportunity after 21 years.
Yes, thank you so much for that
It gives you some
synopsis
food
of
for
your.
thought.
Yes, thank you
That's
so
it.
much for that synopsis on your political history. We'll be getting back to that because I think you can tell us a lot about certainly what has transpired over the years. We do have a lot of comments coming on board with people feeling very nervous. One person said they're biting their nails. Imagine if you're nervous, how the candidates must be feeling right now as they are beginning to await the
Boy,
count
right now.
results. Yeah, so we're monitoring the headquarters feed
Yeah, right now.
as well.
we're
So we do have our first candidate who's going to be joining us here, Mr. Famous. I'm going to just leave you in the background for one quick second so you can continue listening. And we do have our first candidate out of the barn, Mr. Kenneth Bryan from Georgetown Central. Kenneth, what's up? Now, first of all, earlier today, I was talking about a candidate who fell and broke his ribs. And I didn't know how strict they were with the rules or whatever today. So I couldn't even tell you that was Kenneth, because you know what they would say? Oh my God, Sandy mentioned it. Now he's got some sympathy votes. It's all her fault that he won.
Oh, don't make me laugh. It's going to hurt.
I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
So, Kenneth, what happened to you? How did you fall and break your ribs?
Well, they're not broken, they're fractured.
Fractured, same thing, child.
Yeah, so basically, I was trying to take down my signs.
Oh,
And I
no.
was on a ladder and stepping down to my truck, and I had a misstep, and my ribs landed on the edge of the truck. And oh, that was a scary one, man. I must say, it was scary.
Wow. So did an ambulance have to come for you, or were you able to?
No, actually, I was so worried about my signage. I just said to the guy, listen, get the signs in the back of the truck. Get the signs in the back of the truck. You can't leave them. This happened like around 2 o'clock, right? And all I can think about is like, I know I punctured something. Something went wrong. And then the only thing in my mind is the signs. I was like, okay, I've done everything else right. Just get the signs down. And I remember calling my committee and I was like, listen, guys, I'm done. I think I broke my ribs. I can't come back. Just finish the race for me. Just get the signs down. So, yeah, that was interesting. Anyway, I'm sure people want to listen to something else right now.
Do you know how many ribs you actually fractured?
I think it was the bottom two, based on what I saw.
Yeah.
But I was so happy that it wasn't broken and my liver was okay.
Yeah.
Nothing was punctured. I was like, Doc, I need to get out of here. So they boosted me up with some heavy meds.
Yeah.
Gave me some prescription.
You'll feel it over the weekend. Trust me.
Yeah, I felt it this morning. It took me 6 minutes to get out of the bed. Literally. Yeah, it was hard.
All right. So, Kenneth, you are going to be one of the many districts. We're watching them all, but yours is definitely going to be one to watch. In fact, one of my CMR informants, everybody keeps telling me I need to get a shirt that says Informa, but one of my informants actually said something about your opponent. And now that the comments are open, I'm able to read this. And apparently from a very well-placed source at the polling stations, says that at Georgetown North, Frank came to vote. I guess he must live in Georgetown North. I didn't know that. And you could smell the alcohol on him the second he opened his breath. It was so obvious that it made the person physically ill. Now, we know that there were, restrictions in place today about the selling of liquor in public places. But of course, that does not prevent you from having liquor in your private home or private residence. But it's probably not a good idea to be drinking.
Sandy, if you don't mind, I'm going to do something a little bit unorthodox. In respect to my opponent,
I know you're not going to say anything, Sean.
I'm not. No, I.
That's
honestly,
fine.
I don't want to say anything. I think at this point that is a little bit irrelevant. The polls are closed. I want to try to get this to a positive stage. We do have to form a government. I know you're doing your part, but Kenneth Bryan and our camp, we fought a good fight. We want to stay positive. I wish my opponent the best. I love him. He's a Caymanian. We're all in this together, even though we have different viewpoints. So share that thought when I get off, if you don't mind, because I really do want to be associated with.
That's okay. Ms. Karen, what are your thoughts on, there were some people earlier who were thinking, somebody asked us, can I go to the beach and have a drink? Do you think it's a good idea for people to be drinking on election day, even if they voted? I mean, maybe a glass of wine, but you got to keep it reined in, right? I'm not sure if Ms. Karen can hear me. All right, Ruth Anna, you had your wine yet?
I'm here. No, ma'am. I will wait until we start getting results. I am currently in East End, and I am hoping to party from the east to the west tonight.
So you're going to be up and down driving.
Well, you know,
Are you driving? You're being chaperoned, right? You have someone who's chaperoning you.
I was born when.
I think Miss Karen was trying to jump in there. Yes, hi.
I am. Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure if she's
I have-
frozen. She
When
could
I-
be frozen.
when I-
So Ruthanna,
when I first-
your plan
when I
then is
first
to go from
got
east
elected,
to west and back again, probably.
50s or the first election post the
Here results to come in East End. Then I'll probably stick around on this end for another hour and a half or so before starting to make my way down to the various other districts.
You better make your way to Georgetown Central, young lady.
Oh,
And
you
time
know,
for the party.
I already asked the Georgetown Central voters if they would have me tonight, because I expect that the biggest party is going to be in Georgetown Central, and they said I could come, so I've already invited myself to the party.
Oh boy. So Kenneth, I know you're probably trying to get a little bit of rest today, but how are you feeling overall about the process? This is your second time now at the rodeo. You've gone through this twice. Has anything changed since the last election? Are you feeling a little bit calmer than maybe the last time? You're more familiar with the process. You've got your agents out. I know you're a lot more organized for sure, but what's the general feeling today?
Well, I don't think you ever be unnervous. I mean, I was anxious the whole day. Even though we were confident that we ran a good campaign and had a proven track record for 4 years. But, you always, because particularly for the second time you're going for a re-election, this is actually your very first grade. Because the first time they're giving you a chance, the second time is actually going, okay, I'm going to vote based on your track record. So I'm really, really nervous about what the outcome is going to be on the basis of how comfortable were people with my performance over the last 4 years. I'm not saying that I'm not confident in the win, because I think we worked really hard, my committee and I. And as I said, my track record shows for itself, I think. But I'm really, I'm going to be concerned if I get too low of a number, even if I win, because I really, I push myself a lot and I want to do very well at the polls. I don't want to just win. I want to win well. So I'm probably my biggest critic, my own biggest critic. So I was nervous, and I'm still going to be nervous until the final numbers come in, and then into the stages of, okay, let's see if we can form a government kind of thing.
All right. Well, Mr. Famous has a little message for you. Chris, how are you?
Hey, my brother.
He's got his gold handkerchief there for you.
Is right, brother.
Yes, Kenneth is playing his theme song. Everywhere I go, Kenneth, I'm hearing that song. And I must tell you, that is the most played song of this election season. Everyone is playing it.
I'm telling you, right?
Yeah. What can I say?
And it wasn't just a fluke by getting that song. That song is something that touches people.
Yes, for sure. Most certainly. It's lit all over the place, even last night at some of the meetings that we were at. So Miss Rose says the polls should be open until 8 a.m. Well, they're not. So if you missed it, you missed it. Miguel, so far we have, let me just tell you what we have in terms of numbers. Just give me 1 second. Some preliminary numbers.
Georgetown Central, the numbers were 989 votes out of 1,403. making it just 70% turnout,
Wow.
which is pretty low. And on my own honesty, I kind of
Yeah.
suspected that it might have been lower than normal, but I wasn't expecting that low. I was thinking about 74, maybe 76%, but
Well, we'll look
not
at some
that low.
historical data here to see, what the numbers traditionally are, but it's up to 17,397 with probably more to come in. And that is about, what was the percentage I was given? I think it's probably about 70 something percent. So we're gonna continue to monitor those numbers as much as we can. So someone's asking if we're going to go live on YouTube. Yes, folks, we're already live on both YouTube and Facebook. Obviously, if you're watching it on Facebook, you know that we're here. And we're simulcasting on YouTube as well.
Well, Sandra, I'm going to love you and I'm going to leave you.
Yeah,
Famous,
check
my
back in
brother.
with us later on, please.
Huh?
Check back in with us later on.
I
We wanna
definitely
hear all
will. It's almost that time that the counters got to get ready to go
Yes.
and count. So I want to make sure I have a little prayer with my team before we get started. So I
Okay.
love you guys. I'll check in back with you probably in about an hour and a half or so, okay?
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Kenneth.
All right. Bye.
All right, Ruth Anna, you, my friend, are headed to East End. How far have you reached? Uh-oh, we're not getting
There
any
we go.
audio.
Sorry.
There you are.
Yeah, I think I should be good now. I'm actually in East End right now. I've been in East End since probably about 4:30. So I've been up here for the last maybe 2 hours. Polls are now closed, so it's
Okay.
waiting for the numbers to start coming in. But I am in East End right now.
Hey, very good, very good. Will you keep us abreast of what's going on in East End, please?
Absolutely. The East
And
End
wherever you
tells me that
move,
you can
wherever
usually
you move
expect.
from, and yeah, wherever you move to, just check in with us and let us know what's going on.
Sure. I will do that. And I'm about to step out of the vehicle here shortly, so I will rejoin the stream in a little bit.
Thank you so much. So let's go to a few of our viewer comments this evening. Miss Julie says, my good friend Karen. She's saying hello. Carol Jackson says hi, KK. Patricia Bryan, who lives in, I think, Florida, says hi, Karen. It's been a while.
Hi there, Carol.
Fancy us three here, you, Sandy, and I. The last time we were in the same place was when I invited you and Sandy to speak at my advocacy meetings for child support and maintenance. Wow, that's been quite a while. Thank you for that memory, Patricia. Karis is saying hi to Miss Karen as well. I think a lot of people are enjoying seeing you here on the platform. Miss Barbara Campbell says hi. Sophia says hi.
Thank you, Pat.
Hello, Terry. Denny says, I want to give you all a little information. In 1968, Georgetown put off their election because a lot of voters were not registered. Huh. Do you remember that, Miss Karen? 1968?
I remember the 1968. I remember it quite well because my mother's a very and my grandmother was an active member of her candidates that were running against our party, and I was being raised between the two homes, both homes being on the hospital road, within just each. And I remember the 1968 election extremely well. I even have memories of the 60 of the election in which women voted, because my grandmother signed the petition and she made a big deal in appearing in a pair of trousers to vote. She wore a pair of dungarees and humiliated the household for several elections thereafter, blocking the planes at the airport and spreading herself and the planes from taking off. So I remember 68 very well. We were back in, and we thought he had won. He, in fact, thought he had won himself, and the victory party was held the night before. And it turned out that we lost miserably to the government that I would meet again in 1976 during the 76 campaign, in which I was very actively involved. Adriana Webb and her sister Deanna LaCloy. We have fond memories of beating the pavements as three young Caymanian professionals, just getting started. Adriana the year before. So yes, I remember 68. But coming closer, I think it's very important. You asked me a question, and I think we got to look at that. Is, do you think that we should go to the beach on election day? You know, I take the politics very seriously because I was born into the world of politics with women in the first election after I was born. So quite frankly, I have always been extremely active in the political arena. And as a result, I've never had an opportunity to do what I'm doing today. During the period leading up from 1960, I exited politics. I thought that it was time for me to just step away. You know, as Kenneth is experiencing right now, I can hear that he's torn. He has a very, very long-standing relationship with, put politics aside. It's something that happens to us every 4 years. Sacrosanct, I put upon my children. It's something that you must do. Even if you don't have a candidate that you particularly like. In the reason we have a public holiday and why it should not be used to go to the beach unless you have all civic duty, and you have till 1984 we didn't have a public holiday on an election day, but the polls closed.
Oh wow!
Closed at 6. A line of voters that were all disenfranchised, all eligible to vote, and they were disenfranchised of their right to vote because the polls closed and they could not cope with the turnout. That was a major note which played against my party, and my party lost because a lot of our voters were in that line. They waited until 4 o'clock to come, and it wasn't a public holiday. The employers gave them late lunch hours. So that was that impressed upon me the need that if we're given a holiday in order to ensure that we vote. I've always been in the state, and I have always done the polling station in the day, and I have done the count for Kurt Tibbetts. We had 2 agents, and I was there back and forth. I was particularly in 92. We had a committee of 7, including the candidate. We had a committee of 6. So we didn't have much of an opportunity to do the beach. I feel that when we are public holiday for the purpose of determining and charting the future of generations to come, that we must take that serious, and that the beach could come the following week. Government has been formed and we don't have any hiccup until we face 6 months post-election. The honeymoon is over. We start the cycle all over again. Months from today, Sandy, the honeymoon is over, and we'll hear some of the old complaints. We've got to change the government.
Wow, some history there, folks. I never thought about it, but that's interesting that at some point it wasn't a holiday. But as Ms. Karen has said, the fact that they have made it a holiday gives everyone the opportunity to certainly go out and participate. So, Jevi, what are your plans now for the rest of the evening? Are you going to kind of lay low at the residence there in Prospect? I know you said that there's a little house party popping off there, or do you think you'll be driving to some of the different districts to see what's going on?
At this time, I'm very glued to the screen, so I like to be a bit stationary because I'm watching the statistics. Not just for any one particular area, but for all of them. And I think that this is what matters. Now making sure that all the votes are in, all the votes are counted. This, we are now entering the moment that we all waited for, the moment to find out who will be the next elected representatives for each area, the next elected member of parliament. And so I am interested in going out into some of the constituencies, but I will admit, like I said earlier, I do have friends who are contending in the general election, and I am interested to see how they will fare out in the general elections. I've also, made my picks amongst friends, who I think will get in and who won't get in. Of course, these are all speculations. We simply have to wait until that final numbers in the elections office has announced it, and we can continue to go back, into even, more normalcy, no political campaigns, but focusing on government expenditure, focusing on policies, etc.
All right, so lots of well wishes coming in for Kenneth. Everyone hoping that he's going to be okay after his little mishap yesterday. Sasha says, KB, you've got this. One person said they'd love to have one of his shirts. Miss Karen, someone was saying that your feed is freezing up a bit. So I think Billy might be on his way to kind of help you get that feed sorted out just a tad, because it's breaking up our ability to hear you. So hopefully when Billy comes back, he can assist you with that. I think you're on a mobile device, so we'll see if it can get any better than that. Juanita says, love that, Kenneth. And I'm sorry to hear of what has happened to you last night, praying that all goes well for the 2021 election. Louise of the opinion that Cayman needs change, and the people have spoken. Well, someone was saying earlier, come on, Elvis. Elvis might be the runaway candidate or the surprise candidate for 2021. We're all anxiously waiting to see those results coming out of Cayman Brac. And folks, just to give you an idea, as we move through the evening, you can see here how we're going to have all of the polls when we start to get results in. We've got Bordentown East, Bordentown West, all of our candidates are going to be lined up. And this one here, Cayman Brac East, is definitely the one to watch. There's a lot of people anxiously awaiting the results of this particular lineup between Elvis Jeffrey McKeever, and who's an independent, and Juliana O'Connor Connolly, who is a member of the current government Progressives, and she is an MP and a minister. But a lot of people think that she could be unseated by Elvis Jeffrey McKeever. And wow, this would be quite a shocking situation, quite a shocking victory. Ms. Karen, I wonder if we could ask you, in all of these years that you have been watching elections and observing them and being part of the process, what has been the most shocking, in your opinion, upset, if that's the right word to use, over the years? Is there one that stands out in your mind that nobody expected and that someone kind of took it by surprise and they ended up being the runaway candidate? Okay. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear you. I think you muted yourself. Miss Karen, I think you've actually muted yourself. So if you can just tap that little button that says unmute mic. All right, let's come back to Miss Karen. Unfortunately, I can't unmute her. She has to do that herself once she's muted herself. Jevi, let me ask you the same question. You're a fairly young voter. Since you have been participating in the process and watching elections and so forth, what has been the most shocking upset victory at the polls that you can recall from your short history?
I don't know if I can, recall a particular upset, if you will. The first time I voted was not in this election, but the election previously, which is the election in which Kenneth Bryan won, which was very notable to a lot of persons. They remember, Kenneth winning, and so I can't say that I can, call a particular shocker. I have been around persons who discuss politics for many, many years. And so to me, around election time, I personally, see very few changes. For example, in this election, I do believe that there are seats that will change. And I believe that, the voting trends that we've seen so far indicate those changes. Of course, we won't know, until the elections office has said those final numbers. But, I must say, I can't think of a particular shocker, a particular, out of the wind candidate who won that I sort of didn't expect.
Mr. Famous, from your perspective from Bermuda, and I know you also follow Cayman politics. In your mind, is there one that stands out, perhaps in more recent times, as a bit of a surprise?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I would have to agree with my good friend Jevi. Kenneth and I were actually in the same position in the sense that in 2017 was the first time I was elected. And I ran up against the then finance minister as well. And obviously I was successful. So Kenneth was as well. So what using that as a template is that often established incumbents get comfortable or overtly comfortable. And then you have someone that comes in, works the ground, connects with the people, and you see upsets. And I'm predicting from what I've seen of the debates and listening to quite a few Caymanians, I predict a few upsets in today's election as well, based on that same template where you have an incumbent that is overtly comfortable and someone who has, for the last 3 or 4 years, worked the ground, or somebody who may not have been successful in 2017 or barely unsuccessful in 2017, but they have been persistent. These are the things that that connects with the electorate, that they say, oh, Sandy took some licks last time, but she's still out there in the community. Oh, Javi, he didn't do too good with rundown, but he's trying again. So make me give him a chance. And also you have to understand that even when you look at the numbers to say, well, okay, the turnouts were about the same. The turnouts were the same, but number-wise, there are more voters in Cayman now. So 70% of the pie last year is not the same 70% now. And also, you got to understand that, especially in somewhere like East End, where, from what I understand, there's been an extensive voter registration program. So that alone can turn the tide, where if I'm the one that got you registered, there's a 70% chance I'm going to vote for you. So these are all the things that produce the upsets that that we most likely will see tonight.
Some good observations. I'm just going to mute you because I'm getting a little bit of feedback from your connection there, Chris. I'm not quite sure why that is. If you have, just double check, because I know you had disconnected your connection and came back on. So just make sure that you don't have 2 browser windows open, because sometimes that happens and you'll be getting feedback from the second browser window. So we have Mr. Denny Ebanks reminding us that the election used to be every 3 years. So after 1968, the next election was actually held in 1972. Interesting. When did that change? Ms. Karen, is your connection a little bit better, hopefully? That's news to me. I didn't know that we had elections every 3 years.
Sandy? Could you repeat that?
No, I was just saying that Mr. Denny here, Mr. Denny Ebanks says here that elections used to be every 3 years. So that if you had one in 1968, the next election was then in 1972. When did it change to a 4-year cycle? Do you recall?
Well, I say this, that I remember 68, I remember 72. I was actively involved in 80, 84, 88, 92, 96, and 2000. We got a new constitution in 72, and that's when the 4-year cycles would have started.
Mm-hmm.
But we had an election 4 years before, in 68.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And then, of course, you had the elections or separation from Jamaica to run, and we had several women run. And I can remember well when Ms. Eric Singh, and my grandmother was a part of her ticket. My grandmother, one of her chief spokeswomen, because Mrs. Eric Cook-Bodden had played a very active role in suffrage and getting the right for women to not only vote, but to hold political office off the ground.
And when was the first time?
Grassroots re-emergence in the late 50s.
Sorry, Ms. Karen, can you just repeat for us what year did you say that women were first allowed to run for office?
I remember it really well. It would have been in the late 50s, that probably 50s. My memory takes me back to about 1959. And I remember 60, 61. I remember the whole lead up from that election to the election in which we were very actively as children encouraged to play a role in the election process. And as it happened, my brother and I were both on Mr. Ormond Panton's junior wagon, along with our mother. We campaigned very heavily in 1968 for Mr. Ormond. He ran again against Unity in 76, and I was on the other side. He was unsuccessful polls in 76. As I said, Unity went in with a full slate with no opposition. Island-wide, from East End to West Bay, was a clean sweep. That sweep would come again in 2000, and at that stage I had the privilege of being the campaign chairwoman for the now Premier and the previous Premier, Mr. Kurt Tibbetts. I was their campaign chairwoman in 2000, and we unseated what was left of Unity, and we unseated Dignity in its entirety. Dignity replaced the Dignity team, which was a party, unregistered, but it was a party. Dignity was the team that Truman introduced in 92, post his re-emergence as leader of the opposition in 88. So elections every 4 years, certainly since 1972. Makes me feel old. I look at all your young panelists tonight.
But you know what? You bring such a wealth of information.
With age, you get wisdom. And I would, if I have to trade, I'll take the wisdom and leave it. But it's really been an experience for me, and it's one that I love sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's almost, in almost every election since 2000, I have seen some remarkable, notable similarities to past elections. Like in 76, there was a clean sweep. In 2000, we did the same. However, there's something I should say. and that since 1970 has occupied the seat of power for more than 8 years.
Thank you
so
no
much. If you back, you'll see that the government going into 72, they were removed in their entirety in 1976. Truman, the unity banner, ran the country without enough for 4 years, and we had 3 seating. And then we picked up and the leader of the party, Truman Bodden, lost his seat in defeat and walked away, just simply, as he said to me, "Forward, stop and take a breath. Let's keep going."
You're on the screen. You're on the screen. Get
sure
off.
enough, in '88, he returned, and
You're
that
still
was
on. You're still on. You're still on. You're still on. Get off.
here in politics, because we had a by-election too, and we had a by-election between July and November. We lost one of the leading members of the party, the Honorable, now a national, the Honorable Manoa Bod. He died very suddenly in the lead up to the '88 election, when his leader, Truman Bodden, was fighting to get back, regain his seat, I should say. And as a result, crisis, a constitutional crisis in these islands between 1988 and 1992. It really was a difficult time, because we lost 2 Canton town within 1 year of the period leading up from one election to the other. We would lose Mr. Jim Bodden in July, and the polls were rolling with the winds of change in 1988. Because of the by-election in Bodden Town, we had an upset in terms of all the political pundits. Speaking election where Dr. Roy Bodden was kind of successful, having entered the arena in '80. He was one of the Truman Bodden's strongest opponents, and Mr. Franklin Smith was elected as a result of the by-election.
Miss Karen, just one second. Sorry, just 1 second for me.
In the government losing its backbench, and all 8 remaining members joined the opposition.
My apologies, Miss Karen. I know that Jevi has to take a break and leave. I saw him rocking in his rocking chair. Jevi, you'll join us back in a bit.
I will, man. This rocking chair is amazing because I can sit down and hear everybody comments. I didn't expect to find it, but it's working out very good. And I will join back in a little bit, whether on my laptop or on my phone.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Jevi. We look forward to that. Okay, so Jevi is going to be coming back with us. Of course, I thank all of you for sending in your bits and pieces of information. Louis says that he is obviously in Detroit, Michigan, and he is pulling for Elvis and Cayman Brack. He says Elvis gone clear, and they will be celebrating those results all the way from Michigan. He says, always remember there's power in the cannabis plant, not only in elections, but also in our mental and physical healing. Elvis for 2021. Miss Lorna Bush is here. She says that Kenneth Bryan unseating Marco Archer is probably the biggest upset in recent years. And Miss Lorna, Sasha agrees with you. Sasha thinks that when KB beat Marco, and that was in the last election, as you guys will remember, that was a surprise. And she says a pleasant one at that. So Folks, in a second here, we're going to go back and look at some of the election historical results and talk about that particular one from the 2017. And again, don't forget, folks, Cayman Decides has, when you go to the Cayman Decides website, you will see a plethora of information there, including historical data from many, many years going back. So you can go back, click on the tab at the top that says past elections, and it goes all the way back to 1976. So we're going to pull up the results from 2017 here in a second. We can talk about some of those. Good evening to Miss Nancy. So women's suffrage, I did see someone just post about that, and I was going to read something about that as well. I think that may have been Denny. Let me just scroll back down. I think it was Mr. Denny. So the Denny says here that women were given the right to vote in 1959, and they ran in 1962. Mr. Benson ran in 1965. So here's a bit of interesting information. Women have had the right to run for political office since I guess when they really got suffrage, but since 1962. But here's what's amazing in all of those years. How many years is that, folks? Let me just take out a quick calculator. We're now in 2021. 1962. That's 59 years. We have only had, let me try to remember this now. It was announced last night. I think we've only had 14 women elected to public office in almost 60 years. Miss Karen, I don't know about you, but to me, that is astonishing. I think we are so woefully behind when it comes to female representation for a population that is majority women. I cannot believe that we've only had some 14 or 15 women, I'll get the exact number, in almost 60 years. That's incredible. Here's a bit of information on women's suffrage. So the fight for women's suffrage in the Cayman Islands began in Georgetown when 24 women sent a letter to the commissioner on August the 19th, 1948, informing him that they intended to vote. There had been no law preventing women from voting, but they still had not been voting in elections. The wording of existing laws used the word people, which the women who wrote the 1948 petition drew on, pointing out that this did not exclude women. This first group of women was not allowed to vote, being told that they did not have a constitutional right to do so. This was back in 1948, if you can imagine, folks. And there was also the custom of the word people only applying to men. So that would have been the legal definition at the time. However, in 1954, the issue of women participating in elections was brought up to the council secretary by acting Attorney General I.H. Crutchley. And Crutchley argued that the words importing the masculine gender shall also include females. And another petition for the right to vote was sent on May the 29th, 1957. And this time, instead of 24 women, they had 358 signatures. And the petition was given to the Legislative Assembly of Justices and Vestrymen. And remember that at the time, that's what the LA was called. Now it's called the Parliament of the Cayman Islands. It's had several name changes. And the colonial secretary requested that a law be formed regarding the rights of women to vote. And the Legislative Assembly also agreed that women should be allowed to vote, deciding in October of 1958. On December the 8th of 1958, a law was passed that removed any disqualifications for women to vote, and the law became law number 2 of 1959. So just a little bit of historical data, folks, on women's suffrage here in the Cayman Islands and how women gained the right to vote, and then by extension, shortly after that, the right to be able to run for political office. And despite having those legal rights, we still see a situation where few women are elected to public office. Now, I know that in the last general election, I believe that that was the most number of women that we actually had running in the last election. I'll have to go back and check and see how many exactly were running. We still only got 3 women. Was it 3? Yes, 1, 2, 3. 3 women elected to the Legislative Assembly, but there was a number of women, including Ms. Karen Thompson, that was running. So King is joining us from the UK. Big shout out, folks, to all of the folks in the UK who are logged on. I know most of them will be staying up much of the night because it's quite late there, making sure that they get the results. So we appreciate you logging on here. Big shout out to our YouTube viewers. 106 of you are now tuned in. And of course, we've got almost 300 people on Facebook. So King says, Sandy, I think you should call her on the direct phone line and just let us hear her through the feed. Have her mute her mic so that we can listen to the other panelists. Her connection isn't behaving. Yes, Ms. Karen, we might have to do that because I think your internet connection is just a little bit too choppy. So we may just bring you in on a regular phone line. I know Mr. Billy is going to come back and see if he can improve your connection. But I think people definitely want to hear what you have to say because it's so incredibly valuable from a historical content, but the choppiness of the feed is making that difficult. So I tell you what, Ms. Karen, I will call you on a phone line. And I think that's a wonderful suggestion, King. Thank you so much for that. Miss Ann is joining us from St. Petersburg, Florida. And she says, Karen, thank you so much for sharing your wealth of history. Love you. Rose, speaking of Elvis, someone sent me a screenshot of a post from Akeem Bracker, which implored voters to consider how they'd like to see certain candidates on the international stage as their rep. Obviously, he was referring to Elvis. Does Elvis really have to go international to help his people? Shaking my head. Many don't even help on the local stage. How sacrimonious. Rose, it's interesting that you should say that because I was having a conversation with a young lady earlier. This is the quandary that we are in. You have individuals who may not be qualified to represent us on the international stage at all. We have some sitting ministers right now that I would argue fall into that category. And then we also have persons, as you have rightfully said, that might not be their forte, but they could certainly be doing a lot of work on the local stage, and they're not doing that either. So I find it interesting that the progressives have put forward a slew of candidates that could never represent us on the international front. The difficulty is you simply don't know who's going to get a ministerial position. When you vote for a candidate, they could become a minister. So you don't know, if that's going to happen or how that's going to flesh out. And that's why, sometimes people do put a lot of weight on these qualifications. Having said that, Elvis's opponent, Miss Juliana, someone shared with me just yesterday that when they heard her at her only and final political meeting a couple days ago, they were not particularly impressed with her expressions, her verbiage, none of that. And they said, wow, she's actually supposed to be a lawyer, because they expected a more polished individual and they weren't seeing that. So who knows? I guess anybody can write you a speech and, you can read it or whatever, which maybe not, but some very interesting comments there. Chris, what do you think? Do the people in Bermuda tend to vote based on qualifications, personalities, a mixture of the two? Do you think it's important that when people are electing officials that they have this consideration in the back of their head that this person could get a ministerial position and they could actually end up having to go overseas to represent their country?
Main difference in Bermuda is that, remember I said we are dealing with party structures in Bermuda. So for someone to become a candidate to begin with, they have to go through a rigorous process. At least in our party, they go through a rigorous process. So you might have, let's just say a prime seat, like I'm just using for example, East End might be a prime seat and everybody wants that seat. But 5 people have to come through a party process just to try to get that seat. So therein starts the vetting process that persons who are shaky tend not to get to be candidates. Then we get to the party, the candidate versus candidate in the general election. Sometimes the candidates are fairly matched up, and sometimes it's clear as day which candidate is a better candidate. But then it goes on to for the electorate, some people are going to vote party no matter what. Like, for example, you have, as I said, in Bermuda, our elections are very stratified along racial lines. So you're going to have black people who would never vote for the quote unquote white party, even if the white party had the better candidate, and vice versa. You're going to have white people who are going to never vote for the black party, even if the black party is presenting the better candidate. So to answer your question, yes, it's somewhere along the line of qualifications, but a lot of decisions are made based on party basis. But both parties tend to put forward pretty solid candidates. There's very few times in the last few elections that we've seen shaky candidates out there. But I mean, it's a totally different ball game in Cayman Islands because one, you don't have a party structure, and two, people may be voting based on family, based on which school somebody went, a whole host of things.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. So that is a very interesting commentary. Lion is suggesting maybe a set of headsets. Can you do me a favor? Because you were fine earlier, Chris. Can you just check to see if you have more than one tab open on is that a computer that you're using, or are you on your phone? Because I think more than one tab might be open, and that's where we're getting the feedback from.
I'm gonna log out and then log back in. Give me about 5 minutes.
Yeah, just make sure that all the tabs are closed.
All right, thanks.
All right, folks. So just give me a few minutes here. Good evening to Louis. Thank you so much, Melita. Just an opportunity here to read some of your comments. Rose says, Mirstar, no one to run. I believe Braca's afraid of him. Yes, Jess, Miss Karen is definitely a wealth of information. Let's see if we can get a better connection. Miss Karen, you're still there. Still hanging in. But I'm actually going to just call you.
IT technician.
Yes, I know. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to call you on the phone because I think people are so anxious to hear what you have to say, but this connection is just really poor. So let's go ahead and disconnect you from the video for now. And then I'm going to give you an actual call on the phone. Melita says you want to choose people. You went to those people place and made your own little island. I'm not sure who Melita is referring to. Melita, I'm over in Little Cayman, Michigan. Thanks for the info, enough love. All right. Miss Sue, Miss Julie is watching. Miss Julie says the death of Jim Bodden was the beginning of the end for these islands and the Cayman Islands. Rest in peace, Mr. Jim. Obviously a national hero in the eyes of many. Denny says for him, the biggest shocker was when Franklin beat Haig in the by-election.
Hello.
Hi, I think we're going to have to do it this way until we can get a better connection when Billy gets back to you. So I've got you on speakerphone so that everyone can hear you. And what someone said, perhaps Miss Karen, you could give some insight on this point. Someone said the biggest shocker was when Franklin beat Haig in the by-election. Do you recall when that would have been? Miss Karen?
I think difficult hearing you, Sandra.
You can't hear me?
Please.
Can you hear me now? Uh-oh, looks like the regular phone call isn't working either. Miss Karen?
I'm having a problem. The internet and my area has gone down.
Yeah, I'm calling you in the regular line though. Can you hear this connection at all?
So I'm going to call you back. talk to where we go from there.
No, this is a regular straight call. Miss Karen? Oh gosh, looks like she might be having phone call issues there as well. So let me just see if I was actually trying to call her direct and not through WhatsApp. Hi, I was actually calling you direct on the phone instead of video calling.
My internet is down. That's the problem.
Yeah, but this is a WhatsApp call, so this is going to use internet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll have to go this way. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you'd still be using the phone internet. So you don't want to just do a regular call on the regular line?
Uh-huh. You'll call me back?
Yeah, I'll call you just the regular phone line.
Call me on my regular phone line.
Yes, I will. Okay, dear. Thanks. Yeah, I think that's going to be a little bit better because a WhatsApp call is obviously still using data. So let me try that again. But that's how I was just calling her. So let me try that again. Folks, I've got sandwiches here. Okay, man, you need corned beef sandwiches.
Hello.
Hi, Miss Karen.
I'm here.
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear, and hopefully everybody can hear you loud and clear now as well. So
That's perfect.
I'm going to read some of the comments for your feedback. Denny says that the biggest shocker for him was when Franklin beat Haig in the by-election. Do you remember when that would have happened?
Yeah. I remember it well. It was 1988, vacancy created by the untimely passage of the then minister, leader of the opposition, Jim Borden. He was the leader of the opposition at the time of his death.
Oh, wow.
And I think during the course of this evening, we should talk a little bit about the leader of the opposition and the leader of government business, because for successive elections, we've seen so much emphasis placed prior to the 2009 Constitution order, which brought us the premier elections of 2013. But before that, we had the first premier appointed in October 2009. In the case of leader of government business, there was absolutely no constitutional remit whatsoever. That was just a name that we actually dubbed in the Unity team with the view of finding a leader in 1992, post 1988 by-election, which resulted in the election of Franklin Smith. And if we go back to 1988, you'll see it was quite a tumultuous year in politics, leading up from July 88 through the following summer, July 89. Mr. Jim died very suddenly on a Saturday morning. He was the leader of the opposition. There was no leader of government business. So the opposition was left adrift. And we had a by-election, and the most unlikely result was that Mr. Franklin Smith came in, and Mr. Roy Borden held out very firmly and refused to join Unity. At that point in time, they had a huge public meeting the Monday night before the government was formed in 1988. In that case, Mr. Haig hadn't done very well, but he was calling upon the people of Borden Town to literally compel Franklin Smith and Roy Borden to join the opposition with a view to forming the government, and both refused. And as a result of that, Truman was short too. But that would change within a year, because Mr. Franklin handed in his resignation on the floor of the House and created another vacancy.
Wow.
So, we had 2 vacancies
So
for
Mr. Franklin Smith is his last name?
Mr. Franklin Smith, yes.
He's the farmer.
Pardon?
He's the guy that we now know as the farmer, right?
Yes, he was a farmer then too.
Okay. Wow.
And because of a difference of opinion, he just handed in his resignation mid-sentence. And Mr.
Truman Bodden, who was then the leader of the opposition post the 88, his success at the polls in 88, he accepted the resignation from Mr. Smith and left the government with no backbench. So it was really a tumultuous period, to be very frank, which ended up with some serious steps being taken by the opposition, which resulted in Motion 390. And Motion 390 will go down in history as being one of the most important motions ever brought to the House. It was brought by, if I remember correctly, and I stand to be corrected, but I think it was Mr. Gilbert McLean. I know that he actually channeled the bill. He made the motion, and we were all very actively involved because that's where we ended up with a new constitution. That you believe that it started in 1988, and we didn't get a new constitution until 2009, and we would not operate under that constitution in the way that it was intended, ever.
Wow.
Ever.
Wow, amazing. So, Miss Karen, let me just get you to pause 1 second. Someone just reminded me of something that transpired last night that I do want to address. I meant to address it, but of course we couldn't get into any of the details of this until after hours. So last night, the leader of the former premier, I should say, Mr. Alden McLaughlin, actually shocked everyone when he got up on his stage and made this grand announcement about certain candidates that he was endorsing. Now, I'm going to see if I can get the video. The version of the video that I have seems a little bit, I think it might be on the crooked side in terms of, not to say that Mr. McLaughlin is crooked, but it seems to be sideways. So give me a second here. Let me see if I can actually pull it in. Because the interesting thing about the video is he endorsed several individuals at the 11th hour last night. And to the surprise and, shenanigans, political shenanigans, I guess, of a few people, they were like, why would he be endorsing me? So I'm going to play this video for you guys. Again, the copy that I got for some reason is twisted to the side, so it might come up a little bit odd on the screen, but at least you'll get to hear what he's saying. Mr. Famous, I'm just going to pull you out of the studio for 1 quick second here, and let's see if we can watch this video, folks.
And because I do not want Arden to be lonely, also we need to send Mr. Ezzard home as well, so him and Arden can keep company. Vote for J. Ebanks in Northside. If you are in West Bay South, vote for Andre Ebanks. He is your man. And if you are in Savannah, vote for Heather Bodden. She is your woman.
So, quite shockingly enough, he endorsed, and my phone was blowing up late last night about the fact that he had endorsed Heather, Jay, and somebody said Vincent, but in that he didn't actually mention Vincent because I thought that was odd. Why would he endorse Vincent when Vincent is already part of the alliance? But he endorsed Jay, Andre, and Heather. Now I'm going to see if I can get a hold of Heather, because when we messaged her, she said, me, how could he do that? And I'm like, I don't know. But of course, this was at the 11th hour. And essentially what he did was he permitted or prevented anyone. Someone just sent me the video again. Thank you so much. He would have been preventing anyone from actually responding to him, because as you know, Ms. Karen, everything goes into lockdown. At midnight, the candidates are on a bit of an embargo. They can't speak on anything political, I guess, and they can't refute anything that the premier would have said. So I thought perhaps that this was a ploy on the part of the premier, because I think Heather Bodden and Wayne Panton have made it very clear that they have left the progressives for a reason. And so his tactic to somehow endorse her at the last minute was a bit of a political game. What are your thoughts on that when you hear this type of endorsement, knowing that the former party members, they have said that, you know, they left the progressives because of their position that they have taken in relation to Mr. Bush, and, you know, they are not necessarily keen on working with them to form a government. In fact, Mr. Wayne Panton said he'd rather sit on the back bench than to work with the likes of Mr. Bush.
Well, listen, it's simple as this. The problem that I see here is a problem that I've seen that probably reared its head in 2000, which was the first election in which our now former premier contested an election and succeeded. I'm going to be very blunt tonight. Alden rode in on Kurt Tippett's
Absolutely.
coattail. I did the count. I did the count. I watched the results come in, and it was very clear to me from the moment we opened the postal ballots that Alden's success in the 2000 election to remove Truman Bodden was going to depend largely on the carrying power of his running mate, who had run unsuccessfully in 1988 for the first time and failed miserably at the polls, even though Mr. Norman Bodden will go down in history as one of the most popular politicians who left at the height of his game, left the arena in 92. He couldn't, Kurt was the third amigo and he fell on the wayside. But by 92, when he managed to get back in through the back door, as the fourth seat, between 92 and 96, he gained his popularity and peaked in 96. Now, strangely enough, Sandy, and I'm saying this not to take a long roundabout, but when you're speaking of 50 years of politics in Caymanas, and you're asking to address a specific point, an issue, I know what Alden was thinking. He's done it before. We've all seen it. Normally what happened in the old days was that we did our major rally Monday night, and we had live TV booked from the 92 election on. So there was always a scramble for coverage.
Right.
That's where you spent your money the last 2 weeks. And when we moved into party politics under what would become the 2009 election, I don't think anyone ever had, including Alden, had ever operated and worked under what was really a party system, which goes back to the late 50s. So the picking and choosing and the endorsing at the last moment normally started on the Monday night before an election. We dropped what we call, at the last minute when there was no comeback. The Monday night, what we would do is things like endorsing someone that you didn't expect us to endorse. That would be dropped because we needed some voter support from the other side. We were flagging. And so that's telling me that when you have a man like Alden McLaughlin, who has taken full credit for the 2009 Constitution order, I think he got his MBE for that. And Mr. Tibbet got his OBE for that. I have a lot to say about that, but not necessarily on this forum. Suffice it to say, they did not take the time to read and understand the draft document, which they channeled through with a referendum, and had an overwhelming response in favor of the very same document, which would come back to haunt us because of the shenanigans that you're just describing tonight. Because when you go into an election as a party, you cannot form a government in the manner in which it was done in 2013 and 17.
Yeah.
And what are my thoughts? It brings back some thoughts that take me to a point where I feel a deep sense of sadness to think that it's now 2021, and after all we have gone through as a people, to think that that would be repeated again on the eve of the 2021 election, the third election in which Alden McLaughlin has had an opportunity to lead the candidate that I stood up and endorsed and literally agreed to be held accountable for his actions. And I'm very saddened to hear what you said. It's really nothing that they can say or do about it today, but they can do something about it tonight.
Here's an interesting comment. Someone says this was a ploy. He used that stage to drive doubt in the minds of those candidates' voters, knowing full well that the candidates wouldn't have been able to refute or respond to him. Politics. And I agree with that because, listen, at the end of the day, all of the polls show Heather having a substantial lead in Savannah, and we're confident that she will actually take the district. So what is particularly sad about his comment is if there were some people who were voting for Heather as an independent candidate because they don't want the progressives to get back in, he just undermined her. So he actually wasn't helping her by making that comment. And that's what I said to people.
Precisely, but it just shows the mindset, the carelessness, the lack of willingness on the part of our leaders to take responsibility for their actions.
Yeah. So some people are thinking, Charles Whitaker says here, don't be fooled, Sandy. He's telling the people to vote for those he thinks will work with him. Don't let those candidates fool you. I do not believe that for 1 second when it comes to Heather Bodden. I can't speak about anybody else that he mentioned. Jay, and I mean, I think Andre has said he's willing to work with anyone. But I do not think that that's what he was doing with Heather. I think what he was doing was planting a seed of doubt in the minds of people so that they could think that and potentially not vote for her. Because in all honesty, the more likely candidate to work with him is going to be Mr. Malcolm Eden. Keep in mind that Malcolm Eden and Alva Suckoo enjoyed a very close relationship right up until the evening that Alva decided to announce that he was actually going to be part of the alliance. And so a lot of people have said to Malcolm that that was going to tarnish him, unless, of course, he was thinking about potentially making a similar move as well. Karen says Alden is foolish. His foolish comment never swayed her vote. And I think that is perhaps what he intended to do. He's trying a little bit of reverse psychology here, folks. Gigi says, too bad. So sad because she will win. So Gigi is rooting for Heather. Yeah, it's a amateurish move in my opinion.
It was done in 2000 as well, San. It happened on the eve after we turned off our mics and came off of live TV. It was done on my platform, much to my shock. And I remember that I had a full slate of like 12. I remember Mr. David Rich was on the platform that evening. That was his first major appearance, post 84, 88, when he was chairing the campaign for Mr. Linford Pearson and his party. But it happened just as we came off of live TV in 2000. It's called turning off your mic and saying things that you shouldn't say, such as endorsing a candidate that the voters would have thought was your opponent. And so it happened. It happened on the courthouse steps. I remember that Miss Lucille Seymour, who was then my opponent, I was the campaign chairwoman for Mr. Tippett and Mr. McLaughlin, and my colleague and she actually worked with me in my office, Adrienne Webb. She was Miss Lucille's chairwoman, and I remember distinctly as I stepped down from the podium that night, I met Miss Lucille walking up at the steps of the courthouse, and she was devastated. She had come there that night expecting Mr. Tibbetts and Mr. McLaughlin to endorse her, and they didn't. They didn't.
Wow.
And I think it marked a pivotal moment in my life when I made a conscious decision that would be my last election campaign. And it proved to be the case. I exited the arena and I chose to return very briefly. I had a few town hall meetings, and I didn't really do very much of what I would have done in past years for Mr. McLaughlin and Mr. Tibbetts and the candidates that came before them. But I felt that it was important that I experienced what I had tried so hard to be a part of for so long. I wanted, my date for retirement from private practice was fixed for the 20th of July, a year before. And I thought it would be beneficial for me personally to experience what it felt as a candidate. I had never, ever considered post-2000 ever returning to politics in any shape or form other than to vote.
Interesting.
Simple as that. So I'm not surprised by what you're saying. I think that you're not far off. I think that Mr. Charles has a valid point, and it can be a combination of factors, but it can also backfire on you, because if you do that, you lose the trust of those people that have been following you and believing what you're saying. And then when you switch gears at a moment where there's no turning back, because trust me, we used to leave Tuesdays for what we called Tuesday morning quarterback. That was damage control day before we shut down Tuesday night. And you normally expect these things to happen, but I'll be frank, and it you know, I take no pleasure in saying this. It pains me. It pains me to think that we have now reached the stage when you're leaving the stage as an actor, and Mr. McLaughlin is a very good actor. We all are in our respective fields. In law, you go into a courtroom and it becomes the poor man's theater. And so, you know, I'm not saying this to say that I'm criticizing Mr. McLaughlin as a politician in his approach. I'm saying that sometimes in desperation, when you look at your numbers and you read the polls and you get the pulse of your people, and you can't get 12 upstanding members of the community stand on your platform that last night and endorse you and sell you to your voting public, you have a serious problem.
That's right.
And that's what happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, when you see a party that should be slating 19 candidates standing there with 5 and calling themselves a party, you have to really stop and ask if they have taken the time to even figure out what the definition of a political party under the 2009 Constitution order is.
Yep, absolutely.
That's where we all went down and reached the point where we are tonight. Let's call a spade a spade.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a few questions coming in. Monica wants to know when the results will be in. So Monica, just to let you know, there is now a process of moving the ballots to the respective areas for counting purposes, including the ones in Cayman Brac. So we're monitoring the election headquarters to see when some numbers will begin to come in. Sandy,
perhaps
yes.
Yeah. Because I'm sitting here, I'm going back and wondering what it's like in the room, because there's a lot of tension, a lot of excitement. a lot of disappointment and fear going on in that room right now. What happens is that you normally don't get started with the main count until, let's forget 2017, because I was counting my own ballot. So, I didn't do a very good job of that. I can't tell you how many votes I got. So please don't ask me. I don't know. I think I lost track at 50 or something like that. I know I got my deposit back. Thank you for those.
Yes.
Having said that, what happens initially is that there's some housekeeping matters that need to be dealt with before they come back on the air. What's going to happen is that all the ballot boxes have to be moved, and the agent from that particular polling station, an agent is chosen to accompany the ballots. I usually accompanied the ballots after we started moving them in 1996. Prior to that, they were counted in the town hall, and you voted in the town hall. So you understand it was not as if we were shifting around and around. From 92 on, we had a shifting of the ballots, and that takes till about 7:30, 8 o'clock. Usually, Mr. Howell will be very kind, I'm sure, and so forth, his predecessors. They're going to give us time to get some coffee for those of us that have been running like on 24-hour shifts, and get started with the postal ballots. And usually they go very quickly, but it takes about 2 hours before you're really in the swing. Now, I'm speaking of a system that I'm accustomed to when we were counting 4,000 ballots. Now the count time has been reduced by about 18 hours.
Yeah. There's more constituencies, but fewer.
Run as late as we have done in the past.
Yes.
But I would think that you should start getting some results in preliminary results. Normally come in first from North Side,
Yes.
then in Kimmebrack.
Right, the smaller constituencies.
Those are the three that come in first. And once the trend is set, I'm waiting. I'm not saying this just to say it, but I'm sure that those that have, including Mr. McLaughlin and Mr. Tibbet, they're going to know that my projections were right. The trend is normally set by the time we open ballot box number 3. And it never changed. 76, 80, 84, 88, 92, 96, 2000. The trend, and of course 2017, the trend was set within half hour of the count beginning. And there was absolutely no deviation.
Yes.
Every ballot that was cast followed that trend. So I expect that by about 10:30 tonight, you're going to feel the wind starting to blow. And you know, it depends whether it picks up or whether it lulls and we get a dead calm about midnight. And that's what I'm pretty much keeping my cup of tea handy.
We all are ready, my dear.
I was prepared to drive to you to get hooked back up on internet. You know?
Oh gosh. So we have Sean Rankin. I think that's Shane or Sean, saying that CIG should stop using DHL for absentee off-island voters as they're so unreliable. Irvelin is predicting that they need to call Churchill from now because some of them are being taken out, swept out, straight to the casket. Miss Melita says, Miss Karen, with God's blessings, the results will allow you to be proud to get involved once again. Thank you so much. Louis. Louis says, yes, Louis says, thank you, Miss Karen, for your contributions to this program. Your words are falling on good ears. We are listening. So wonderful. I think now that everyone can hear you loud and clear, this is so much better. But let me just break a situation here in case you guys are missing it. CMR has just posted this story on our website. And the title of this story, folks, I mean, this is quite shocking indeed. But it says, Lindsay files complaint over unaccompanied ballot boxes. So hear this story, folks. I'm going to share the link here in the comment section. And of course, this is Alric Lindsay. He's going up against Barbara Connolly. And apparently, Alwick he's a lawyer and an accountant, folks, so he pays attention to details. And so he realized, according to him, the candidate for Georgetown South, that he sent a letter now to Supervisor of Elections, Mr. Wesley Howell, that said at approximately 3:45 p.m. on Wednesday, Philip Barnes arrived at the Georgetown South polling station and with at least 3 mobile postal ballot boxes. Lindsay said that he expressed concerns as to why one of his agents was not asked to accompany the ballot boxes. And this, people, is a problem. This is a major, major problem. If these allegations are proven to be correct, they've got a problem in Georgetown South. I mean, listen, Barbara knows that she's going to lose. And apparently one of her agents, we're going to have Cindy Cece joining us here shortly, because Cece was there and she said that one of her agents was actually passing remarks while she was assisting seniors. And they're not supposed to say a word when anyone is voting. I mean, these guys are ridiculous. So the story goes on here to say, being quoted, Mr. Lindsay says, I raised this question because it occurred to me that it would be the prudent thing to do and a best practice to enhance transparency and accountability. Mr. Barnes stated that a police officer was present to observe the removal of the ballot boxes from a safe and that the seals were still on the ballot boxes. He goes on to say, while I do not question the honesty of Mr. Barnes, who I've known all of my life, I do have serious concerns regarding this process. And the process is very important. We were talking about that earlier this morning. And at the time, one of our viewers said, well, no one ever, you're planting a seed of doubt when no one ever questions the process in the Cayman Islands. Everyone thinks that it's fair and balanced. Well, that's not true. And it's things like this that make you wonder, transparency and accountability. So we have Cece who's joining us. Good morning, good afternoon, Cece. Good evening. How are you?
I'm tired.
Cece, you're tired. Well, welcome to the program. You are a Georgetown South voter. That's correct?
Yes,
yes.
ma'am.
All right. So tell us what you experienced at the poll. By the way, good evening to Sharm. Sharm says that we're trending and things are going on YouTube. We have 126 people on YouTube and another 380 on Facebook. Folks, that puts us at over 507 people now watching the live stream. Thank you guys so much for your amazing support. Cece, tell us what you experienced today.
Well, I want to firstly start off to say, Cayman, you have made me proud. Like, y'all came out in numbers today. I just only hope that you made the right vote for a change, because we can't sit down and complain, say we need a change, we tired of this, we tired of that, cost of living, employment, housings, and go vote back in the same waste government. But people came out, showed out today. Like, I felt good to see Caymanians voting today.
Yes. Awesome. What time did you go to the polls, Cece?
Well, I was up bright and early. I was actually working as an agent. So, I got the opportunity to work as an agent. And then when I took a break, I went in and vote before they closed. So I was up bright and early. Bright and early.
So you were one of the first people then at the polls, you would say?
Not one of the first, but I was early.
Okay. All right. So you go to the polls to vote and tell us what happened.
Well, we went in, they called our names, let us know the instructions, made us went into the booth, we voted, went on our way. We weren't allowed to stand up and talk, because, people like excited. It was the first time for a lot of people. So, they were excited, like, oh my God, I just voted and stuff. And who they we let them know they can't really discuss who they voted for or anything like that, Tried to keep it as smooth as possible. But as a suggestion for elections, I personally feel that candidates should not be allowed in the polls. when people are voting, because I witnessed it today for myself. Nobody not tell me these candidates are intimidating people by being able to be in that polling stations. They're walking around checking, but they know what they're doing at the end of the day. Like, people put that fear into people like, yeah, I'm here, I can walk in and out, they're not seeing who you vote for, but just the fact that they're there, people will be like, oh, let me vote for her because she knows she's seen that I vote and them kind of stuff. You understand?
Intimidation.
They shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, they shouldn't be allowed in there. And a lot of intimidation was going on today. But you know me, my back broad, I stand firm. Nobody don't put no fear in me. And they know by now I'm very vocal.
Yes.
But that's my input about it. Like, you had people passing smart remarks. I went in to help a senior, and I wasn't expecting to put the X for him. I just let the election officer know that he's a senior, he can hardly see, and you have to talk loud enough for him to hear. And I heard a remark by a well-known troublemaker. We all gonna need help one day. Like those little smart remarks. You as a person that's working on behalf of your candidate, you're not supposed to say a word to interact or even make a sound when someone is in there making a vote, casting their vote. You understand?
And this person who made this comment is an actual agent for Barbara, I take it.
Yes. Was an agent for Barbara that passed that remark. And I could have put on my pair of boots, but I said, you know what? There's a time and a place, and my only goal is to get Alric elected. May the best man win. Even like outside, people outside coming in to vote, and you could hear them be in the background. You know who you like, not the exact words, but like passing the remarks, like say, you know who you're voting for. You understand? Like, make the right vote. Those kind of things should not be allowed as an agent. It should not be allowed, period, by anyone. You understand? Like, they know what they be doing when they sit down in certain areas and be waving people and talking and carrying on, because they're intimidating people to say, yes, we are here, we're working. So, we're going to hear back who you vote for and them kind of stuff. It's not fair.
Yeah.
It is not fair. And all those things going on. Like, today, Alric was upset. You just posted it still, but when I see the 3 boxes come in, I was like, well, where's the agent?
So as a voter, you noticed.
Where's the agent? Yeah, from I was training to be an agent, I was informed not to leave that box. Even when we're doing shift change, I need to wait until my replacement come into the room and we switch. We're not supposed to take our eyes off that box. Anywhere that box go, we have the right to follow that box. You understand? So I was shocked to see the 3 boxes coming in with the election officer and the police officer. So that really was surprising to me, because an agent was supposed to have been there. Like, I heard of some mess went on Prospect today. I'm not sure how that go, but I'll go and make sure something go wrong.
Yeah, we actually heard in Prospect that one of the candidates was acting as his own agent, and he was sitting there the entire time. And a lot of people found this behavior intimidating, that candidates were hanging out at polling stations, shaking people's hands. I mean, there were a number of complaints that the elections office actually received today, folks. So first of all, let me just send to our WhatsApp news group that the polls, I'm kind of a little bit behind on the stories that we normally send out. So of course, everyone is aware that the polls close at 6 p.m. So there's a little bit of a story about that. And there's also another story, which we were talking about earlier in the day, about people, candidates in particular, who were potentially in contravention of the elections law in terms of the 300 feet from the polling station. Now, one of the complaints.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Sandy, because I overheard someone telling another candidate for another district that he has to be 300 feet from the polling station. Well, that clearly the sign was up Georgetown South, but they were there. You understand?
Yeah.
Like I must give Alric credit. Alric was outside most of the time. That's why he have workers for, to make sure the shifts run smooth and everything goes planned. Like he was just in to make sure everything was going okay and out. But when the crush was there, Barbara was like a tick in every box, walking through in her face, you know, cutting. Understand? I'm like, my mama even tell her morning, and Barbara, morning. Like, sweetheart, you lucky you get a morning from my mama. Cause no me, you wait on it.
Okay, just 1 second for me.
Like,
Yeah, I think we got some numbers coming in.
And then another thing, I like the fact that I don't like the fact that we're using pencil. Like they could erase that and put the X somewhere else. You understand? I'm not using election office, but come on now, why weren't we given a pen? Everybody excited posting up these pencils, but listen, we just waiting to hear, because anything go rigged, we gonna stand up for a recount.
All right, just one second for me, Cindy. We're gonna just take a quick break. We are waiting, I think, on Alric to come on board. Cindy, thank you so much for those comments. All right, my dear. So just a second here. Karen, I'm just gonna put you on hold for 1 second. And
That's
folks,
fine. I'll have some tea.
yes, folks, just give me one moment, please, and I'll be right back. I'm going to just cue up some music so that you guys can have something for your listening pleasure. So one moment. We do have a song here that is always so appropriate.
I hear the people talking. What are they talking about? This world's gone crazy, and I'm trying to find a way out. Nobody knows where we're going, or if we're going at all. Nobody cares if we sin, if we have nowhere to fall. It's a singing symphony, playing as the ship goes down. It's a porcelain epiphany, breaking if it hits the ground. I gotta find a way out. So many questions answered without an answer to tell. Too many things on my mind for anything to go well. It's a singing symphony, playing as the ship goes down. It's a porcelain epiphany, breaking if it hits the ground. I gotta find a way out. Oh, it's a singing symphony, playing as the ship goes down. It's a porcelain epiphany, breaking if it hits the ground. I gotta find a way out.
All right, folks. My apologies. Had to take a quick break. We do have some details that are coming in. I'm juggling a few different things here at the exact same time. So what we do know is our guys in Canada are actually updating the website as we speak. Folks, please don't send me voice notes on WhatsApp right now. It is literally impossible for me to be able to view any voice notes. So what we do have so far are some results coming in for some of the districts. So we're going to start viewing this information right now. So please just give me one quick second. So we have, let me make sure that we got, okay. So folks, get your party hats ready. Yes, these are preliminary results, but this is the first count, folks. You guys ready? Are we ready? Miss Janet, Louie, Laura, Evelyn. Let me switch cameras here because I got to stand up for this one. We got some preliminary results that are going to get you guys super, super excited. Here we go. There. All right. So listen up, folks. Give me one quick second. Results are coming in. We have preliminary results as of right now. One second here, folks. We have West Bay Central, Captain Eugene, 36.82% of the vote, being beat by Catherine Wilkes. Preliminary, only some counts are in, 63.18%. Catherine, wow, this is in line with exactly what our online poll results were showing, folks. This is amazing, absolutely amazing results so far. That's 258 ballots counted thus far, but Catherine is in the lead by some 68%. We're going to get a hold of Catherine here in a second. West Bay North is still out. Georgetown North, a close one. We've got Joseph Joey Hugh with 158 votes, accounting for 54.3%. Renard Johann Moxham coming in at 45.7%. Georgetown South is still out. Let's see who else has got results. Bordentown East. Well, so far Bordentown East has Ozzy Bauden trailing with 38.22% of the vote. Dwayne Seymour has 61.78% of the votes that have been counted so far. Only 225 ballots have been counted. Who else do we have? So that's all we've got as of right now. So at the moment, Dwayne Seymour is in the lead. In Bordentown West, we have Catherine. Looks like she's going to give Captain Eugene a proper you-know-what beating. And we have Georgetown North, very, very close, 45.7% for Johann and 54% for Joey. And those are the results that we have in so far. So we're going to go ahead and update our elections map, folks. Let me just, right. So some preliminary numbers are in. Obviously, many, many more counts to go. But of course, you want to make sure that you are paying attention to this. And yes, folks, at this particular time, Kathy is, looks like it's going to be a runaway. So let me just see here what we are looking at. Catherine Wilkes. And here we go, folks. Catherine Wilkes and Eugene. And so far, Kathy is winning by a significant number. I'm not surprised. 63.18% versus 36.82%. Let me just put this up on our ticker here, folks. As you can appreciate, I am multitasking just a little bit. We still have Miss Karen Thompson on the phone with us. Miss Karen, any of these results surprising to you here today?
Not really. When I look at West Bay Central, I think the trend is about to be set.
Yes.
In the case of Bordentown East, I think the trend will be set by the second set of results coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And Georgetown North is going to run tight. You probably find that you're looking at ballot box number the third. I'm saying ballot box number 3 because of old habits. I'm thinking of the area of Georgetown North, the Georgetown primary boxes carried the first 5 boxes, and once you got through to box number 3, which was probably 2.5, 3 hours, and I should stop there to say that to think that what is going on in that room is anything like what it used to be is certainly not so. Back in the old days, we could sit all night and argue with law books. Mr. Truman Bodden could hold a legal argument for 2.5 hours, hold the count up for like the better part of 2 hours, just to argue whether or not one vote should be allowed. So that's not happening now. We're going to get a trend. I would say that the next set of results coming in, when we have a complete set of results for the districts in Grand Cayman, we're going to find that the trend will have been set for not only West Bay Central, but you're going to find North Side and East End coming forward much sooner than Boddentown Central and I think Mr. Hugh and Mr. Moxham, it's going to be a close race.
Yeah.
Close call.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the races that I have always felt was going to be relatively close. You know, he's obviously trying to unseat someone who has been an MP or a member of parliament for quite some time. But at the same time, without a doubt, I think that some people want to change, but we'll see how much of the people actually want to change.
And a lot of those seeking change, those not to vote, must understand that change can only come if you don't take a step to assist that change in being made.
All right, folks. So
a low voter turnout in Georgetown North will rest in favor of the incumbent, Mr. Hugh. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Yeah, and I think someone had mentioned that earlier today as well, that whenever you see higher turnout numbers, it tends to be that there's going to be change. Yes, and the lower numbers tend to signify that there will not be any change. So
in that particular district, and simply because the incumbent carries their block of votes, and that's it. And then all the newcomers, we simply share what's left. In the case of Mr. Hugh and Mr. Moxham, which is my area, you just have 2 candidates, so they're going neck to neck, head to head. But when you have North Side with 4 candidates, you're going to see the incumbent will carry their block, and it will be interesting to see how the other 3 can navigate what is a difficult canal for them to attempt to channel their fortune in terms of votes.
Right. All right. So let's look at some other numbers, folks, on the screen. Your comments are obviously coming in. So Laura wants to see my live picture. Normally, when you don't see my live picture, folks, that means that I'm actually behind the scenes doing something. Speaking of Craig Marin, we were supposed to have him on the live tonight, but I haven't heard from him as yet. So let's just check in with Craig to see what his location is. So folks, yes, just give me a quick second here. Let's look at some other numbers. So numbers are definitely coming in at this particular time. We also have Juliana O'Connor Connolly still holding her own as it comes to Elvis McKeever. She's at 72.09% versus Elvis at 27.91%. So despite a lot of us thinking that Elvis could have pulled it out of the hat there, it does appear that the incumbent MP will hold him off based on preliminary numbers, folks. So allow me to just change and update the ticker information that's here on the screen. So Kathy Wilkes coming in very, very hard at this particular time. So we have Juliana O'Connor Connolly. Let's see. Versus Elvis McKeever, and she is coming in at 72%, and then Elvis is coming in at 27. Just 1 second. 27.91%. So some really interesting preliminary numbers, folks, coming out of Cayman Brac. So
I see some preliminary results coming in. Captain Eugene is that.
All right, folks, so give me 1 second, just having a look at some other numbers here. Ms. Karen, I'm going to mute you. I hear it sounds like you've got some help there. So let me just mute you for a second. Oh, I think you need to mute yourself, actually. I can't mute her. She needs to mute herself. All right, Ms. Karen, I'll come back to you in a second. Folks, we are going to move on. Can you send them that link and see why they're having an issue with that?
What's that?
The link. I added you to the group, I thought. Add to group. Did you get added to the group?
No.
What's up?
No.
Are you sure? I've just added you. Okay. Just 1 second, Ms. Karen. All right, so just a little bit of multitasking here, folks. Let me just have a look at some other numbers that we can share with you. Obviously, our guys are working in the background to get the numbers updated on the Cayman Decides website. So if you'd like to visit the website, the interactive map is now live and the numbers are getting updated. So numbers, again, Kathy Wilkes, 63.18%. Captain Eugene at 36.82%. We have Georgetown East now getting some numbers coming in. And we have apparently we also have some preliminary results coming in for Georgetown East, folks. And of course, Georgetown East has a whole slew of candidates. Let me just pull up who they are. We have Georgetown. Let me just try to find them here. Georgetown East. Where's Georgetown East? Yes, Georgetown East has so many people here, folks. Here we go. And in terms of this group now, Georgetown East, here are the results that we have thus far. We have Mr. McTaggart in the lead with 66.78% of the vote so far. Emily Duku is second with 22.15%. And after Emily is Christina Hislop Rowlandson with 5.19%. Frank Suarez McField with 4.84%. And Richard Alexander Bernard with 1.04%. So someone has indicated that the elections website has made an error as they have Emily Duku listed as a member of the Progressives, and she is not a member of the Progressives. She is actually an independent. Okay, give me 1 second here. Okay. All right, let's have a look at Newlands, folks. Newlands is starting to come in as well. So we're still waiting on a few. Newlands, no surprise here. Newlands is now coming in. We have 4 candidates running in Newlands, folks. And of course, the results for Newlands thus far are as follows. Again, preliminary count results. Newlands, we have Wayne Panton in the lead with 54.85% of the votes. Alva Saku is second with 28.64% of the votes. After him comes in Raul Gonzalez with 13.11% of the votes, and Roydell Carter at 3.4%. Now remember, folks, these candidates have to get at least 10% in order to get their $1,000 deposit back. In the event that they do not get that deposit, they do not get the 10%, then they are simply out of luck. So we will certainly keep an eye on that. Folks, we have reached the 705 persons or live stream mark. Thank you guys so much. It's not a CMR record, but we could get there. Keep it coming. Irvelyn, thank you so much for your comment. Cece, Miss Andine is agreeing with some of your comments. Let me just check and see what else we've got going on here. Thank you so much for thank you guys so much for logging on. So the results are now coming in fast and furious here, folks. Fast and furious for sure. Mr. Famous, let's bring you back in the stream. Good evening. What are you thinking so far about the results?
Well, one of those results, as I said earlier, is that I predict an upset. I didn't say where, but I think you can surmise where that upset's going to be.
Yes.
What I'm not sure about, how many counts do you guys do in the boxes? In other words, this was the first count. How many more counts are there?
I don't know how many. Ms. Karen, is there a certain amount that fit in a particular ballot box? I don't actually know that per se.
Okay, because in Bermuda, what we do is we do a first count, second count, and then a final count. So what you're going to see in the first count is the ballots that went in last. So these were the ballots. I'm just surmising the ballots say from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock of what's being counted now. If the Trayon holds in West Bay Central, then I think you're going to see an upset. What I see in the other numbers, especially Georgetown North, is predicted to be close. But as I said, the last ballots are counted first. So just like in the Bible, the first shall be last and the last shall be first. So we have to see how the trend continues in those boxes, you know?
Okay. So Mr. Craig Marin unfortunately says he's not able to make it again. Well, thanks to Miss Karen, I'm not here alone. And thanks to Chris, Famous. So Mr. Victor Lukloy, Dr. Lukloy makes the following statement. Candidates were in my polling station, even though the police were there, not enforcing the law. And this continues to be a concern. So I think that the elections office has to address this after the election, because this is the single complaint that we continually hear throughout the day. So either the law needs to be clarified. They're saying that the candidates are allowed to be in there, I think, for up to 15 minutes, or something else, you know, is going on here. But Perla, thank you so much for your question. Kyle says we've been using pencils. I think this is a question of pencils versus pen. Anne says that I need as many arms as an octopus. That's okay, girl. We getting it. We getting it. Let me just refresh the results here now, folks, to see exactly what's going on. Okay, so it looks like the elections office, did it just crash? So we're just having some potential technical issues here. So just stand by, folks. We're going to be getting some more results in, reading some more of your comments. They're coming in fast and furious. 723 people on the feed, folks. Let's break that record of 1,200 that we set with when we were talking about what was his name? Mario Vibes Time. We had 1,200 of you in the live feed. Surely the future of your country is much more important of a topic than Mario Vibes Time. But it makes me wonder. Let's see if we can get a hold of Alric Lindsay. I think Alric was gonna see if he can join us. Someone's asking for Savannah, so just stand by. Moses is in the lead as well. So let's just have a look at those results. So it doesn't look like there's going to be any changes for Cayman Brac. At Georgetown Central, Kenneth is coming in at 303 votes compared to Frank's 39 votes. And we did get, like I said, some word earlier today that Frank was probably already stressed out in terms of the day's events and had started, I don't know if it would have been a celebration. I don't know if he was drinking to celebrate, but he was certainly having a drink for some reason, because people at the polling station made some observations about his intoxicated state. So it is what it is, folks. Like I said, I don't think that was a celebration, but obviously he would have been potentially upset by the results he saw coming his way. Someone says they're hoping that Johan wins. Captain Eugene, yep, he's going to be gone from the looks of it. So we are Georgetown Central. So just a second. Getting some numbers out of Georgetown Central. All right, so box number 3 is putting KB at well, what are the totals? All right, they're sending me first box and then the second box, but I need some totals here. So just give me 1 second here, folks. Let me see what we've got going on here. All right, so Red Bay. Ooh, it's close. Alden McLaughlin, 50.68%. This is her premiere. Sammy Jackson trailing with 49.32%. Oh my God, this could be the upset that we're actually all waiting for. Folks. Get the bottles popping. Not yet, but just get them ready just in case. Sammy could actually take Alden out. This would be amazing. And I know Sammy has been working incredibly hard in Red Bay, folks. So wow. So let's put a ticker up here with the numbers. Give me one quick second here. So we have Alden McLaughlin, and he is at 50.68%. And then we have Sammy Jackson at 49.32%. So once again, this would be quite an indictment on the premiere, folks, because, he has talked about what a wonderful job he has done. And the people don't really seem to be in total agreement with him, even now as the preliminary results are coming in. So Sammy is holding his own, 49.32%. Alden McLaughlin at 50.68%. Wow, and more wow, folks. This is amazing, absolutely amazing. So we're keeping some numbers, and watching those numbers. Oh my God.
Is that the first count for Red Bay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, folks. This is amazing. Truly amazing here. I'm looking forward to this. I am so looking forward to this. Oh my goodness. I tell you. Let's look at some other numbers here, folks. I'm getting a little bit excited here, but you can't get carried away, because with the single member constituency and one man, one vote system, it literally only takes one vote to win or lose. That's it. Not a whole lot. So we've got 745 of you tuning in. Just went up to 749. Thank you guys so much. Ms. Karen, did Billy ever come to get your thing sorted out, or are we still going to continue having you on the phone? Ms. Karen? Okay, let me just check in with her 1 second. Let me see if we can get any candidates on. I think they're working on her connection. Yes, Red Bay is very, very close. Very, very close, folks. All right, Sammy, you can do it. You can do it. It might not be a blowout, but like I said, you only need the one vote. So let me see here. Hold on, folks. Hold on. Ready. Miguel, Barbara, Bueller, Power, Terry, Darlene. All right. Okay, we are looking at Bordentown East. Ozzy is at 40%. Dwayne Seymour is at 59.96%. Newlands is still holding it with a substantial lead. Wayne Panton at 54.84%. North Side, J.E. Banks has at this time 54.17%. And Ezard Miller, the MP incumbent, is trailing folks by 33.07%. So early indications are that North Side could very well be looking at a change as well. Wow. North Side, very, very interesting, especially in light of the fact that many have said that Ezard has actually done a fantastic job as the lead for, the Public Accounts Committee. And his criticism of Mr. J has been that this is a man who hasn't finished high school. But folks, it looks like the man who hasn't finished high school may be taking Mr. Ezard out. What a hot mess. So we're going to just put up the top two here, folks. Ezard Miller, 33.07%. And of course, Mr. J.E. Banks is at 54.17%. Total ballots counted in that constituency, 384. Wow. That could be an upset right there. We will certainly keep an eye on that situation. So for the purposes of this, we're going to just put the top two individuals here, and then let's move on. So Kim and Brack East, Juliana is holding it at 72%, and her competitor, Mr. Elvis McKeeva, is at 27.91%. Still not too shabby. I mean, he's gonna, at least get his deposit back. That's for sure. And Cayman Bratt look like it's gonna be a blowout, with Moses Kirkernel thus far having 85.83% of the vote compared to Maxine Moore's 14%. So let's just see what else we've got here coming in. Let's see. Okay, nothing in for Savannah yet. So a couple issues here. 864 of you logged on. Thank you guys so much. 866. Appreciate the love and support. We're going to see if we can get some candidates to start joining us now. Anyone out there? Let me see where Rhonda is with her team. No, Elvis is not winning. Ezard is trailing by 33%. So Emily is in second place. Somebody's saying that this shows that if Johan had gone up against Roy, he would have taken that seat. Well, potentially. That's very, very potential. All right, folks, let me just have a quick look here and remind you all. So as the information comes in, we've got folks here who are updating the map with the relevant information. So let me just make sure that nothing on Savannah's yet. A few people are asking about Savannah. We're still waiting on those to come in. We expect Heather to take Savannah. Do you think that's the correct position, Miss Karen, that Heather will be taking Savannah? Miss Karen? Hello? I think she's forgotten that I actually had her in hold. Karen? All right, let me hang up and call her back. I think she actually forgot that that she was that she was actually nothing on Prospect yet, folks. Still waiting. Still waiting on those. To come in. Let me just see. Miss Karen is gonna, right. We've got Alric Lindsay joining us. Good evening, Alric. Just give me 1 second here. Let me clear the screen. Hello, Alric, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, I'm good. Tell me what is going on this evening.
We split the last shift for the count, so I'm about to go in and relieve one of the agents and do the last part of the count.
Okay. And we saw you brought up some concerns earlier that there was a box that had not gone through the proper protocol of allowing your agents to follow that box. Can you explain to us exactly what transpired with that?
Well, when we were here at the polling station, there were a couple boxes that arrived, and they were mobile ballots and postal ballots. And we therefore questioned what was the process in getting the boxes from wherever they came from to the polling station.
Right.
And so we questioned whether, it was appropriate for one of our agents to have attended the delivery of the pickup and delivery of those mobile ballots and postal ballots. And we were told that the boxes were removed under the supervision of a police officer. They were removed from a safe under supervision of a police officer, and they were brought in to the polling station and rested near the end. So it was a process that we were asking about, because what would happen if those ballot boxes went missing on the way to this polling station? So that was a question that was raised, and so I lodged an inquiry with the elections office, a formal one in writing, to ask what would have happened if the ballot boxes went missing. Would everyone be asked to vote again? Whether there was any camera on those ballot boxes when they were being removed, so that there's no question about transparency or anything odd happening in this process. So we basically were asking for some answers and basically waiting for a response to the email now from the elections office to understand what precautions what measures they have in place to protect ballot boxes, and also to give the public confidence in the process. So I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just highlighting an issue with this process.
Right.
And if one of the boxes had gone missing, how would they have explained it, right? So it's a matter of the process, making sure proper measures are in place to secure those ballots, and also to make sure there are no questions can arise regarding the treatment, handling of ballot boxes. So I'm gonna go back in now and finish the count, and I guess I can go live with you after the count is done, and share my first thoughts with you after the process is done. But we're also waiting on a response from the elections office about the questions regarding ballot boxes. So I'll update you on that as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, my dear. So that's Alric Lindsay, folks, Georgetown South. We're still waiting on some of his numbers to come in. We have some numbers for Prospect now, folks. So Prospect at this time, we have Miss Sabrina in the lead, 134, followed by Michael at 115, closely followed by Austin at 114, Savannah 170 for Heather, 125 for Malcolm, and 8 for Gina, who that is no surprise at all. Karen, thank you for the update for Georgetown Central. Thank you, Louis. West Bay West. Let me just see if we got anything yet for West Bay West. So Heather has 56.89% of the votes. Malcolm has 40%, 40.62%. And Gina has 2.49% of the vote. So thank you so much, Ralston. Ralston says, big up, Miss Sandy. I appreciate the love and support, folks. We could very well break the 1,000-person mark here today on this live stream. And like I said, we hold a record of over 1,200 people. So I'd love for us to break that, because I think what is more important than your election cycle, honestly. We're picking the leaders now for the next 4 years of this country. So West Bay North is in. Hold on one second. Let me just see what is going on. Let me see. Let me just have a quick look here. I just want to shoot off a quick note. All right, so we have, just closing out some tabs here so we can keep everything as stable as possible. West Bay Central, we're coming up with West Bay, folks. Just give me a second. North Side, we just discussed. Georgetown West, let me just see, slow to load, but we're trying to see what numbers we can get. So in the site is having some issues for the initial results page. So just give it a second here. A little bit of patience. So yes, Sabrina is in the lead. Sabrina, let me see if she's available to come online. So Moses is definitely taking Maxine. I think we can call that one. So let me see here. Let's see if we can get Sabrina. Yeah. So Alric doesn't have any numbers yet. Chris, this is Bodden Town, folks. We are looking at Chris Fredericks at 561. Chris Saunders at 561. And what's his name? Vincent Frederick at 196. So I suspect that that will be a blowout for sure. Let me just, I'm going to send someone the link here. All right, West Bay North. Yes, Bernie's holding it at 328. Ralston is trailing by 245. And, you know, a lot of people thought that Ralston was going to take that seat back. And I said, I don't know. I don't know, man. Bernie is holding it. And so far, the results are showing that indeed Bernie Bush is holding it. Juanita says, women are going to run this country. Let's go. She got her rum ready. Juice is starting to talk. Her coconut rum is lit. Wow. Amazing. 961 people, folks. Share this link. Let's get us 1,000 people tonight. Mr. Famous, you're still
Yes.
there. Look at those
Yes, of
numbers
course.
calling. 971. My goodness.
Okay. Thank you to the other 970 people that are watching.
Jade says that she wants to see me, 980. All right, give me a second here. La la, there I am. My hair looking kind of wild now because I'm getting excited. But yes, folks, 985. Let's get to 1,000. Go Bernie. Hashtag Bernie. Jade says the video's nothing unless we see you. 996. Can we get to 1,000? 4 more people. Share this link with 4 friends. Let us get to, we just went to 989. Come on, folks. Share the link with everybody. Get us to 1,000. We can do it. I know we can do it. Thank you, Julia, so much. 2 so far. Thank you, Father God. Prayers. Yes, we are praying hard. West Bay South. Well, we're waiting. Let me see. Let me see if I can look again and tell you what's going on. So hold on a second now. You know, the internet in Cayman, it's times like this when you appreciate how much we rely on the internet. And my goodness, someone says they have Digicel internet. Oh, well, I can't help you, dear. Listen, we're good. We are good. So they were saying to me that we weren't online. I'm like, oh yes, we are. We have almost 1,000 people online. But you know what? Yes, my friend, that includes I see the total numbers. So that does include the YouTube viewers, which is like 192 as well. So lots of people on YouTube tonight.
Shout out to the people in BVI are watching.
Yes.
Because remember, as what's important to understand, although for most people they see this as a local election, this is important for the region as well, because as overseas territories, we are all in the fight against overseas, so on and so forth.
We've gone over 1,000, 1,027. Woohoo! Second highest numbers on this program ever. So keep it coming. Let's go past that 1,200 mark. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate it. West Bay Central. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to pull up the numbers. But I was just saying that at times like this, that you appreciate how incredibly important the internet is, because we are obviously relying on the internet. Big shout out to our friends over at Flow. Thank you, Flow, for hooking us up. We got fiber right before the lockdown, good folks. And I tell you, when you get fiber, you never want to go back to anything else. It has been blazing fast since then. So big shout out to Lee over at Laurel over at, we call him Lee, over at Flow. Big shout out to Dane. Kathy is still holding it at 381 to Captain Eugene at 270. So these are numbers that we're continually getting. And because of the luxuries of having decent internet, you know, I'm able to work with my web guys who are halfway around the world, and they are working their magic with the internet. So unfortunately, Ms. Karen is having to deal with slow internet. So we will call her back on the regular line here in a second. Sorry, Mr. Famous, you were saying the importance of this election transcends.
I was saying that as overseas territories, we are all in a fight or being fought by foreign interests, right? And no matter what the result is as of tonight and after all the quote unquote horse trading for the next few days, whoever's the next premier and the next finance minister especially, we have to, as overseas territories, we have to remain united, because what the foreign powers are trying to do is split us up and say, well, you know, there's people over in BVI, they're making too much money, but I think you guys in Bermuda should do this. And they're going to tell that to each one of us separately. and play us off against each other.
Oh, yes.
And in the meantime, the divide between the haves and the have-nots grows. One of the big issues that I've learned about Cayman Islands over the last few years is that all that glitters isn't gold. In the sense to say, the overseas territories are portrayed as having a high GDP and this, that, and the other. But yes, some people are making a lot of money, but the quote-unquote indigenous people are generally just fighting to survive. Because if you look at the case of BVI, when Hurricane Irma and Maria struck them in 2017, they were told they don't qualify for help because the GDP is too high. But that was not because the average man is making a lot of money. So I say all that to say is that many people around the region are watching the results of this election in Cayman Islands right now because they have vested interest in us working together going forward. Not to say we haven't been working together. We have been working together. I've sat in the room, CARICOM meetings with Premier McLaughlin, where we are basically begging CARICOM to help us as overseas territories, and he and his team, especially Mr. Roy Tatum, represented Cayman well on that regard. So what I will say is, good luck to whoever wins the seats, but the hard work as overseas territories has to become a priority, else we are all going to suffer financially.
All right, my dear. Somebody just messaged me and said, "Are you busy now with the election?" I'm like, is that a joke? Is that question a joke, folks? Of course we're busy with the election right now. This is not the time to ask me anything that is not election related. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that person actually asked me that question. And they're in my news group seeing that I'm like swamped. Folks, I see somebody else here wants to join the live stream, so let me just send them the link. Again, you guys can call in and start celebrating if your candidates are in the lead. Let me remind you of the link. Just give me one quick second. It's me and Mr. Famous for right now, but it doesn't have to be. We're going to call Miss Karen back here in a second. You can turn your camera off, by the way, if you wish. So yes, I'm getting all of the results, and those are getting updated. So let me just remind you, you can call in West Bay Central. Let's go, Bernie. Facebook doing great. Thank you so much. Yep, the YouTubers are hanging in there. Georgetown West. Good evening, Miss Debbie. She's not bothered by the crazy hair. I appreciate it. Rose McKeeva. Hold on. Let me see what we got on McKeeva. Everybody's hopeful for change there as well. Mr. Arlene says, thanks for the great coverage here in the UK and on my first cup of coffee to keep alert. What time is it there in the UK? You guys are 5 or 6 hours ahead now. It's 9 o'clock, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So it's either 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, depending on if you're 5 or 6. We have a Mr. Kyle Leslie joining us. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. How's everybody doing?
We're good. We're good. This is your first time joining CMR as a guest. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the feedback because I am at my shop across from Kenneth's office, so he has it broadcasting live over there.
Yes, nice.
Yeah.
So tell me what's on your mind.
You know what? I was saying earlier, congrats to everyone who's gonna win today or tonight. But I hope who gets in can, without any arguments like last time, can get in there and, stay focused on what people needs. And Cayman needs a lot of work, especially we're still in a pandemic. So, yeah. But Sandra, one thing that's been on my mind a lot, and I'm going to say it, is that the new government that gets in realistically needs to get rid of this voting by areas. And that's one thing I'm going to be very vocal about for the next couple of years. I think that if we have this amount running in Georgetown, I should be able to vote for who I want to vote for. And then when
Now,
the government forms,
let me ask
they
you a
can
question,
decide.
Kaye. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When they were deciding back in, because they went through this whole constitutional process and dividing up the map and discussing if that's the way it had been done for years. When they were doing that, and when they voted on the one man, one vote system back in the 2009 Constitution, did you go out and vote for that referendum? Did you participate in the referendum?
Yes, I voted no.
You voted no. So you're still saying no, but I mean, obviously you got outvoted on that one, but you think it needs to be changed.
I mean, they took away votes, but it wasn't that. If say I'm running in.
Hold on one second. We have some numbers.
Which isn't the case.
Sorry, 1 second. 1 second. We got some numbers here for West Bay West, and we know a lot of people are waiting on this. So box number 1, there was 4 rejected ballots, which means that they were spoilt. We don't know why as yet. So Makiva Bush is at 200, and Mario is at 170. So still relatively close. We have West Bay North, which is Rolston and Bernie. Rolston is at 429. Bernie is at 515. John is at 473. Aussie is at 316. And those are the numbers that we have at the moment. So Ezard is trailing J.E. Banks. Right. So someone's asking for the Facebook link. So I know we sent it to them earlier. So let me here it is. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
As I was saying, if I'm in an area and I don't like the candidates in that area, but I am still say in Georgetown, it's kind of taking away the right for me who to vote for in that district. With that said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like again, that's discouraged numbers from going out and to vote. Because say I like Kennett, but I can't vote on Kennett because of where I am, and I have candidates in my area and I don't like neither one of them. I'm not gonna go out and vote, and I think that's why we have similarly we have kind of low numbers for voting. And I think it's time for the government to do, even if you're still gonna do the one man, one vote, make it that if say this amount of people get in for these people get in for Georgetown, let them now form and communicate within each other and say, guess what? This person might be what's good, what's best for that area. If you get what I'm saying. Because right now I'm seeing a lot of people complain. We didn't like neither of the candidates, so we're not going to vote.
Miss Dorley is watching in the UK. They're 6 hours ahead. Thank you for reminding me of that. Anything else on your mind, Mr. Leslie? I mean, I think changing that system is going to not happen tonight. What are you thinking about the results so far that you are seeing?
From what I last checked, it's really close down in Red Bay. That's kind of, I guess, not really shocking. I mean, Bordentown is, I thought I would have been closer. But other than that, I mean, congrats to everybody who's winning. Everybody knew Kennett was going to win by a landslide, and I'm very happy for him.
Okay. All right, folks. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Miss Sandy?
Hi. Yes, sir.
Just picking up from that last caller. In overseas territories of Turks and Caicos and British Virgin Islands, they have sort of a mix, I wouldn't say mix, but a different sort of electoral system where they have electoral districts, and then they have what is also called at-large candidates, where, for example, in BVI, they have 8 electoral districts, but then they have 5 at-large candidates. In Turks and Caicos, they have 10 electoral districts and 5 at-large candidates. So what the at-large candidates are, there's somebody, let's say you take somebody like Kenneth, who has a high national presence. So someone in East End could actually vote wherever they are in the island, they could vote for Kenneth. So there are different, how can I say, different combinations of how you can come to your electoral systems. But that, again, that we'll have to, that's nothing that could change overnight. There'll have to be constitutional review, electoral review, so on and so forth. But it has to be obviously the will of the people first and foremost.
All right, just a quick reminder, folks, don't send me voice notes because I cannot listen to your voice notes unless you want to go on air. So we're waiting on box number 4 for Georgetown Central, and that's coming in from the library, and that will be the final box, and those results will be final. So Corsita, Miss Sarah, thank you so much. Thank you, Chris, for that comment. We do have Miss Karen who's joining us back. Do we have a better connection now? Oh, Miss Karen, I think you're listening to me, but you're actually on air as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chris, for that comment.
I'm going to move you out of the stream for a second because what's happening is I can hear you listening to me in the background. So I think you might want to make sure that you're in this session, but you close out any other windows that you're potentially listening to us on. Sammy Erskine, good evening. Thank you so much. She says, we love you, Sandy. I appreciate it. Anne says, go, Sandy. Georgetown West coming right up. Sylvia, thank you so much. Appreciate all of your support. We have another guest joining the program. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Evening, everybody.
How are you?
I'm thankful.
Can I let you take it away while I do a quick bathroom break? Just keep talking between you and Mr. Famous while I run to the restroom, okay?
You go, girl. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Mr. Famous. Evening, everybody. Evening.
How are you?
I am thankful. Thanks, Mr. Famous, for joining us in this event. Lord knows.
I'm very honored. I first came to Cayman Islands 3 years ago, and everybody that I met treated me like I was the neighbor. So I have kept up. They've kept me abreast of what's going on in Cayman Islands every day.
That's the real people, Vivian. That's the real people.
Shout out to my boy Woody DeCosta, Billy Adams. So how did you go out and vote today? I know that's a loaded question, but
really?
I had to ask.
I worked late last night. I got up early this morning, went vote. I went have some breakfast by the water. It was such a beautiful day. One single person was in the water swimming, and I thought it was interrupting him, and he goes, "No, he's actually enjoying my company." Okay, let's go. Let's do this.
And which constituency do you vote in?
Georgetown Central.
Oh, did you vote for this guy?
Yep, man. You crazy? You crazy?
That's my boy.
No, not only did he look up for me in my my area, but he went past me. So yeah, he deserved my vote. Trust me on that.
Okay. And what is the sentiment of people in Georgetown Central when it comes to how they voted today? How would you predict it's going to turn out?
It was beautiful, actually. It was actually beautiful. I mean, I went out and, I don't like walking like that. So it was only like a couple of minutes away. It was fine, because of the market and stuff like that. But all right, I parked the car and both candidates are there, all respectful, So I had to park the car and they were behind the line, That's one thing I said, Georgia Central, I'm proud of y'all. They were behind the line like everybody else. I went forward. It actually took me less than 10 minutes, because, Georgia Central is a big place, McNeil's, McLaughlin, it was a big place. So it went less than 10 minutes out there. Yeah, it went smooth and everybody respected the, the laws and guidance or whatever. It was real, it went real well.
And so what would you like to see out of the potentially new government forming as of, let's say, next week?
Listen, I've been through a couple of elections, and all I want them to make sure that my children, my grandchildren, and their children to come don't have to go through the stress. I'm sorry. It's not cool. It's not cool. It's not cool. I mean, I'm actually having to fight for them now. So they shouldn't have to have to worry about that coming forward. They should be able to go to school. They should be able to go to school, come home, and look forward to their future. No, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because
I'm fighting for them.
When I was there 3 years ago, Kenneth took us around, not just to the tourist sites, but to meet the real people of Cayman Island, the real Caymanians, and hear what they had to say.
But that's Cayman though. That's Cayman though. That is Cayman. The tourists, we love them and all that, but that they made our life because but that's Cayman. When you meet the real people, we shouldn't have to be behind the block. Listen, man, I went through that life. My poor mother. I went through that life. My poor mother. She was working $4 an hour. You know how many years ago that was?
Yeah,
$4 an hour. $4 an hour. 2 and 3 jobs. I can remember coming. She getting off the bus, one job. The coming from the bus and going to the supermarket with the groceries, hollering, bus to come with a wheelbarrow, picking up the groceries, and she can't even come home because she has to go to the next job. No. We finished with that shit. We finished with that shit, man. Come on, we finished with that. Our children shouldn't have to go through that.
So what would you say is a solution for this? It's for that sort of situation for Caymanians?
For our people that we vote to elect them to go in, to look out for our future. Not my future, our future, our children, our grandchildren, and children to come. No, we need to be, because the good treatment that the other people who come in here and receive it is coming from the heart. So, just allow us, to be able to pass on to our children. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And what would you say? One of the issues that I was hearing about was affordable housing. Is that a big issue in Georgetown Central?
No. What they're trying to say is affordable housing. Listen to me. When that first started, that was like $125,000 per house. $300,000 a house now. That's crazy. It's crazy because that's only like maybe 800 square feet a house. No, they want to try to keep us in the hood. God forbid, we don't try to use that word because that's not the best word to use.
I'm back.
But what they're trying to do is to keep us in the back room. No. We deserve better. We made this island. We deserve better.
One second for me, honey. We have Alric Lindsay. We have some results in for Georgetown South. Alric Lindsay, 52.3%. Barbara trailing with 47.7%. Take her out, Alric.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Take her out. Thank you, Lord.
Let's do this, Let's do this.
Final results, I think, for Cayman Brac with Juliana O'Connor Connolly, 7.6% with 28.4%. So Juliana, significant lead over Elvis, despite many of our best wishes for.
I know one thing, Sandy. They're not get rid of Elvis. They better make their mind up. They're not gonna get rid of him.
So congratulations again to those persons who are in the lead. Barbara, start packing your bag, my friend. Start packing the bag.
No. Okay, all right, I got it. Okay. I got it. Okay.
Let me see. Make sure.
One thing about Elvis though, he can lead the boys. They're not gonna stop him.
Oh yeah. Election office just declared Kenneth Bryan the winner. Kenneth. Yes.
Queer.
go and get the live feed on that. And once all the results are in and I can actually leave this computer, folks, we are taking the CMR. We're taking the choo-choo train out of here and we are going on the road. Miss Karen, we're going to try to bring you back in again. Let's see if we can hear you. Hello, my dear.
Hi, Sandy. Can you see me, hear me?
I can see and hear you, but what I want you to do, I think you're also watching us. I want you to I don't know how you're watching us, but if you're watching outside this window, just keep it to just this window. But yes, we can see and hear you.
I've done that.
Oh, beautiful.
Karen, we appreciate you. We love you, Miss Karen.
Yeah, I'm outside
we
here with
appreciate
my
you.
I have my computer. I love you too, guys. I'm going to
Nice.
make some projections for you guys. Give you some food for thought. Based on what we've
You
got
too,
so
Wes.
far, we have about 6. We have roughly 7 candidates still too close to call, or we haven't received any results. But this is what we're looking at right now. The independent. Based on the preliminary, excluding Kenneth, who's in, the independents carry, at this point in time, they need 2 out of the available 7 to form a government.
Yeah.
The government of today, or yesterday, I would like to say, and perhaps
yes,
before that, they're for them to form a government. So the independents need to bring 2 out of. If you have Mr. Matt, if you call Mr. Moses, Miss Juliana, Mr. Matt Taggart, who seems to be carrying an edge in Red Bay, not that we have any sound results in, but from seeing on the ground today, I think Mr. Matt Taggart coming in with his 2 from Kimmenbrack, and there's a good possibility that Mr. Seymour will come back in with them.
All right, final results.
And
Just
that
1
means
second.
that
Sorry, Miss Karen.
Other
1 second. Final results
out of
for
7
Savannah.
in order for them to find themselves where the independents are right now.
Sorry, just one second for me. My apologies for
Throw that out to your
interrupting.
viewers and see what their feedback is, because I've been out of this game for 21 years.
Just one second for me, honey. We got some final results for Savannah.
It's been 21 years since I did this.
I think she's not hearing me. Miss Karen? Okay, so we've got some final results. So final results are in for final results, folks, are in for for Georgetown Central. So Kenneth Bryan has won Georgetown Central. And let me just give you the numbers here. 88% to 11.79%. So the good news for Mr. Frank Cornwall is he gets to return that $1,000 to the progressives.
Lord. Sorry.
Okay, hold on. Final results are in for Savannah.
Kenneth has been returned with a mandate.
Oh my gosh, for sure. And guess what, folks? I tell you what. I think we're gonna finish well before midnight at this point, and that means I can definitely go out on the road. Savannah, Heather Bodden, 55.11%. Malcolm Eden, 42.22%, and Gina Williams with 2.67%. Unfortunately, Ms. Gina, that means that you do not get your money back. So Heather Bodden declared the winner for Savannah. Let me just yeah, shots fired. Shots fired. Let me see if we can get Heather on the live stream. Alric is in the lead. I think Joey's
Come on.
So congrats to Kenneth Bryan. and Heather Bodden. Those are, I think, the ones that we definitely know are final. And I'm hearing that Georgetown North might be final as well. So just let me try to confirm that. So just 1 second here, folks. And it looks like we've got somebody else who wants to join the live stream. Let me just do a quick update and see where we're at with some other numbers. For Cayman Brac, Moses Kirkernel takes it, 85.83%. Cayman Brac East, I'll tell you what, Elvis still, he's getting his money back. 71.6% versus 28.4%. And we have East End. Wow. Are these final numbers for East End?
Give to us, Sandra. Give to us.
I think, hold on a second. Isaac may have won it by 2 votes. Oh my gosh. Hold on a second now. He's in the lead by 2 votes, and I'm thinking these may be final results, 174 to 172. McCleary Frederick had 12 votes. And this is where, when you have a third person splitting the votes like this, those 12 votes could have gone.
Who votes?
No, but McCleary took 12 votes from somebody.
Oh, 12. Okay.
Yeah, so when you have others in there breaking it up, you kind of really,
Yeah, exactly.
you mess up the votes, honestly. So Heather looks like the clear winner. Newlands, it looks like Wayne Panton is given Alvis Lakuan Assing. Unfortunately, he's winning by 58.71% versus Alva at 26.73. Roydell Carter will not be getting his money back. He only has 2.86% of the vote. That's 12 votes. Again, I do not know why Roydell ran. When he was running, I'm thinking, where did he come up from? Chris Saunders almost has 80% of the vote. He's at 79.61. Bodden Town, looks like Dwayne Seymour is going to hold it off at 49%. Oh, man. And, Red Bay is still too close. I mean, this is just, it is neck and neck. Red Bay is still too close. 5 vote difference right now between Alden McLaughlin and Sammy Jackson. 5 votes, folks. And if that is not an indictment on the leader of this country, or the former leader, I should say, of the Progressives, and the Progressives as a whole, your premier, the former premier of this country, is just ahead by 5 votes for Sammy Jackson, who's an unknown in the political arena. If Sammy doesn't even take him out, I think this is a strong indictment against Alden McLaughlin and the entire Progressives government. We've got Mr. Jeffrey here who's joining us. Good evening, sir. How are you? Uh-oh. I think maybe he was just trying to watch. So remember, folks, if you click on that link, that means that you're going to be joining the program. So if you'd like to join the program, and folks, confirmation, Northside has a change. Ezard Miller is out, and Jay has won Northside. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my. Wow.
Sandy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I know that people say that it started from the first ballot or the last ballot going forward. Is that not how it works? It started from the last one that was put in.
I don't even know the order, child. I'm just here to tell you the final results.
I mean, that's positive though. Because Cayman is old school. Everybody like to go early, so you can't give up yet.
Wow. So a significant loss for Ezard Miller in the district of Northside. So it looks like Alden McLaughlin has now pulled ahead slightly. I don't know if this is the final count as yet, but he's now at 362 votes versus 300. So he has 54.68% of the votes versus 45.32% for Sammy Jackson. And again, that is still a huge indictment on the Progressives. We are almost taking out their leader. I mean, he's still going to be the puppet leader behind the scenes with Mr. McTaggart. but this is absolutely shocking.
I just want to confirm though. I just want to confirm it. I mean, like someone said, like normal start from the last ballot go forward to the first or whatever. I just want to confirm that. I mean, we still have hope though. What's the lady name again?
So, we're getting some footage from North Side. So
that's a victory.
hold on. We're gonna bring up the footage here for North Side. Just give me a second. Andre is leading in West Bay South, so permit me to update that number because I think we're still waiting on some of those numbers to come in. So give me 1 second here. So while we're doing that, Amore, you can watch us on YouTube. That's your choice. Louis, thank you so much. Louis says, all that you do as well. Big up yourself, Sandra. Thanks for your hard work and love for your community. The people appreciate you and all CMR stands for. Darlene says, I'm not sure what she's referring to. Jade is here. Jeffrey, are you trying to join the show? Because if you're not trying to join the show, if you're just trying to watch it, just go to YouTube or Facebook, because where you're at now, that's if you want to join the show. Here we are, folks.
Yeah. That's Georgia Central. That's Georgia Central, the yellow shirt.
Wow, Georgetown Central got it going on.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I try to tell me how to turn this picture around. I'm trying to turn it around. We are in town. All right, let me see what I can do about the camera. I want to let you and everyone else see what is happening. So let me see, how do we turn this around? Oh my goodness. All right, I'm just going to turn it around the whole phone and then you can see it.
Wow.
Lord.
All right.
That's Georgia Central.
So
that, folks.
How do we turn this camera around? Show me how to turn this camera around. Can somebody? I'm actually on. That turns it off.
No, you need to
click around. If not,
all right, so let me pull you out of the studio until you figure that out, but hit on where it says camera and mic, and then it'll give you the option to turn it around. Did you do
Let me get in the front of Mr. Brian.
All right.
No, but that better code house. The polling station.
All right, I'm actually going to try to get in front of Mr. Brian. I can start going live.
Yes, let's see Mr. Brian here.
There we go, Sandra.
Where's Kenneth?
The people serious, Sandra. Georgia Central is serious. You didn't have to do anything to that?
And basically what we're doing is walking the streets of Georgetown, passing through Shetton Road and heading back to Mr. Brian's office on Eastern Avenue. And this is what it looks like. Get right in front of him.
The yellow shirts look like they demand flag shirts and the West Bay this morning here.
I love you, Kevin Marlon. I love you.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. I really appreciate it. All right, celebration there. We're going to see if we can get down there. Thank you, Marva, for bringing that to us. We're going to have a look now at the celebration in North Side. We don't have it live, but we do have it. All right, so it looks like confirmed seats. We have, let me just send this to my web people. I gotta make sure they've got all this. So we've got Moses Kirkernel, Juliana O'Connor Conley, Bernie Bush, Kathy Wilkes, Heather Bodden, Kenneth Bryan, Joey Hugh kept Georgetown North, Jay Ebanks took North Side in quite an upset. Chris Saunders maintained his seat in Boddentown West. And Dwayne Seymour, maintained his seat in Boddentown East. Alden McLaughlin looks like he might be holding on by a 62-person margin to Red Bay. And David White looks like he might be holding on to where's he? Georgetown. Oh gosh, I always forget which one he's in. Just give me a second here. Okay, folks. So someone said, I heard that Joey won. Yes, he did. It's unfair because Al didn't call the election early. Well, you know what, folks? When he called the election early, the candidates who were proposing to run needed to start campaigning right away. And I think the results will show those who started immediately are in better stead than those who waited. And in fact, you know, it's unfortunate because at the end of the day, you gotta hit the ground running, right, Miss Karen? I mean, no matter when they call an election, you got to be ready if you're serious about it. Miss Karen, can you hear me?
Particularly if you're looking at snap election.
Mm-hmm.
The snap election is called. Yes, I can understand. Election, which is what we're now looking at, what we've had. It always play it's a risk that you take, but it normally plays out in favor of the incumbent. It gives the incumbent an opportunity to have less opposition.
Yeah,
and that's obvious from the number of candidates we see engaged in this whole exercise during the last 6 weeks. But you're absolutely right. For those that could have foreseen that we were looking at, even in May, it was obvious that they were going to have to hit the ground early.
And I think at the end of the day,
carries their base. That's the way it is. I mean, their base will vote without any consideration for the real issues if they believe in the candidate that they voted for in the previous election. And that's I think that's as we take a look at the results coming in with Mr. Hume. But I think Mr. Matt Taggart, Roy, has been named as the premier apparent, when in fact he may find himself in a position as leader of the opposition. And it poses a very interesting question in the minds of those of us looking at this whole thing unfold. And that is, will Mr. Franklin, he is now returned for Red Bay, will he seek to assume the role of leader of the opposition as opposed to Mr. Matt Taggart? If you find that And so far, the independents are holding their own. It's come. The results are coming through. They're as close as any set right now in forming a government. They need 2 more. We have Mr. Andre coming in. I have no idea, what trading will look like in the next few days. But the opposition's numbers are picking up, because if the White goes in and Mr. Hugh is in and Mr. Alden goes in, you're going to find that there's a fairly healthy opposition. It's the question who's going to get that mark of 10. Then they have the problem. Speaker.
Oh, we got a good problem,
will
though.
The speaker be within the house, or will the speaker be outside the house? If they have a speaker from within, their number, they need 11. And the independents are positioned to a speaker outside. And hang on.
So someone just sent me
it's interesting as it's developing. I think.
Yeah, someone just sent me a picture here of Mr. Roy Bodden. Now, Mr. Roy was supposed to come on this program, but I think that the Compass kind of poached him from us. But that's okay. We have absolutely enjoyed having Ms. Karen on, who has provided a breadth of just wealth of knowledge and information. I've just been so enamored with you, Ms. Karen. I know we've had a little bit of tech issues, and we might go back to just bringing you on the phone, because I think that everybody could hear you crystal clear. But someone just sent me this screenshot, and this is what they had to say. They said, here he is. They have 105 people watching their live stream at the moment, but they said he should be on the ground helping Ozzy, because he was one of Ozzy's people. So they want to know, why is he not out and about helping Ozzy tonight?
Absolutely.
And I don't know. I can't answer that question, really. So it looks like Prospect is in. Just a second. Give me one quick second. Sabrina Turner, 235. Michael Miles, 215. Austin Harris, 210. So that was my prediction, that Sabrina would definitely take it. And let me just see here. That prediction was 100% correct. So Sabrina's hard work has paid off. Let me just see if I can get her on the phone. Now, I know it's going to be hard to get people right now. Now, Ms. Karen, it seems like a lot of these candidates who are losing, they're going to be okay, because before the government got out, one thing that they did was they actually changed their changed and gave themselves a package, a severance package, where they can get 3 months worth of a salary.
A national disgrace, Sandra.
It's horrible. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. So it looks like McTaggart takes a seat.
It's not even worth of me in that regard tonight, because we're shocked. Absolutely, it's a disgrace, a national disgrace. They should be ashamed of themselves. I hope Minister McTaggart is listening to me tonight, and I shall say to him, and I shall say to Mr. McLaughlin, I hope that when you are returned, that is the first thing that you seek to return to those that didn't make it on your ticket.
Yes, it's quite unfortunate. I mean, can you imagine getting 3 months salary even if you don't
when
run?
You look at the faces of our people in the supermarket.
So even Tara Rivers, who decides not to run, has gotten 3 months as well. This is crazy. It's ludicrous. I think that's the first thing that they should have repealed.
A 3-month package, severance package.
Unbelievable. And not to mention the salary increase that they all say.
Have you ever heard of something like this ever happening? They should be ashamed of themselves. I
Yeah.
have given 40 years of my life public service. I have did one CI dollar.
It's so incredibly unfortunate, and it certainly shows the type of representatives that they are. All right, let's see if we can get some more figures here, folks. So Sabrina is gone clear. Bernie took West Bay. Congratulations to Bernie Bush. We live streamed his last meeting.
Well, Sabrina is going to be a hot.
Okay, folks, Miss Karen, they want me to call you back how I had you earlier because they're saying that there's still
Sabrina days.
Sorry, they're saying there's still a lot of interference on the line. So let me bring you out of the studio. Unfortunately, that internet didn't improve a whole lot, and let me just call you back on the regular phone. So let me see who was calling me earlier. I don't know who that is. We can't answer any calls or take any voice notes right now, folks. We're in the middle of a campaign result situation here. So congrats to Bernie. Congrats to Kathy. Most of these I called. Yes. Staffy Millwood says congrats to Sabrina. So it looks like Wayne Panton has gone clear for Newlands. And I'm just trying to see if we can update the other page here, folks. Like I was saying earlier, the internet all over the island is a bit slow, but we're blazing fast here thanks to Flo. Roderick says congrats to Sir Bernie. Stephanie says faded Mary Jean Edwards. They make me literally sick. I'm not sure who you're referring to, but Bridget says congrats to Sabrina. Natasha, Stephanie says, Natasha, Leslie, we're just crashing it. Eat them out and bring Tupperware too. Did any common people get a salary increase? No, Jenny. All of the hardworking civil servants really didn't get a salary increase. The ones that got the salary increase are actually the people at the top of the top of the totem pole in the civil service. I mean, I heard some ridiculous numbers. All right, we've got some numbers here. Catherine Wilkes is the winner, 57.89%. To Bernie, to Captain Eugene, 42.9%, 42.11%. And I told you guys from last week, goodbye, Bernie, goodbye, Captain Eugene. So that's final results. Hold on. So that's final results. Congratulations to Kathy. Let me just see here now. So I'm sure she's out partying. So we've got some more results for you. Final results for West Bay North. Bernie Bush, 54.56%. Ralston Anglin loses it. He's returned to politics, 45.44%. West Bay South, we have Andre in the lead by a significant amount. The numbers are not final yet, but Andre's coming in with 71.67% of the vote compared to Raul Nicholson Coe with 28.33%. We have West Bay West, McKeeva Bush, looks like he might be holding off Mr. Mario with 54.05 versus 45.95. Still, though, that's almost 50-50. And I got to tell you, Mr. Bush should realize now that his days are numbered. Ms. Karen, what are your thoughts on Mr. Bush's future in politics? Not only was he not, for the first time ever, I want people to think about how significant this is. For the first time ever, he has not been able to carry anyone but himself. Folks, think about that. There was a time when he was carrying people all over the island. No more. And I said that up to today. I said to someone, listen to me, McKeeva Bush will likely re-win his seat, but he will carry nobody else. And they said, no. You know, you don't know them West Bayers. He's going to carry Captain Eugene. He's going to carry Wilson. I say, you wait for that. I'm not holding my breath on either one of those, because I just did not see it happening. I mean, honestly, he has weakened to the point where if he had any common sense, he would retire after this. This should be it.
This is his last election.
Yeah.
That's obvious. And he's Mr. Bush is in an unattainable position tonight because you've had the designated or the premier designate, the Honorable Roy McTaggart, state in a public forum that there is no place in his cabinet for Mr. Bush. And so has Mr. Alden been pressured. He was placed in that position as well. Now Mr. Bush is coming to the table alone.
Right. He might as well not even come to the table.
Neither side will have the courage to put him back as speaker.
Yeah.
And I don't think the independents did what they did tonight with a view to having him become a part of their cabinet. So quite frankly, the two phones that I guarantee you will be ringing from about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning will be Sabrina Turner and Andre Eban. If the independents are able to bring them or keep them over with the independents,
yes,
independents have carried 10 seats.
Yeah.
Without having to even stop to think about a speaker.
Yeah.
When Mr. McTaggart, Mr. Colonel, Ms. Juliana, Mr. Seymour, Mr. Sue, and if we put the Mr. and Mr. Alden,
yes,
they're returning with a minority.
Exactly.
So the best they can vote for is a strong opposition, and that's what they're looking for.
Of course. Joey Hugh is going to take Georgetown North with 56.45%. Renard Johan Moxham didn't do too bad at 43.55%. A lot of people were advising him that he needed to run against Roy McTaggart. They felt like he would have had a better chance against Roy McTaggart. Georgetown South, Alric is in the lead with 52.3% versus 47.7%. Bring it home, Alric. Bring it home, because somebody's going to have to stop live streaming now that Barbara loses, because trust me, her one-man campaign manager team is live streaming every other day, taking pot shots at poor Alric. We can hope now that that stops when she loses. So, but it probably...
With Alric, they're looking at a position where Alden was forced to find in 2013, and that is they've got 11 independents that have pretty well been securely returned.
Yeah. David White looks like he's going to keep...
candidate
out
there that pretty much Mr. McTaggart will carry his opposition with 7, and Mr. Bush will be the Lord Ranger number 8.
So just to clarify...
I don't think we're going to do as much horse trading.
Oh, no. And trust me, Ms. Karen, the discussions have been ongoing with a lot of these individuals now that you see across what I call, I've always been calling them this, the winner's circle, the ones that we knew had a very good chance of getting in. So prospect results are not final as yet, but we do have Sabrina in the lead with 35.61%, Michael in second place, and there's only 5 votes separating Michael and Austin at 32.58% and 31.82%. Georgetown West is still out, but David White has a resounding lead at 51.66%. Again, when you have 4 candidates are running in a district and 5 candidates running, candidates number 3, 4, and 5 only split the vote. You need to get it down to...
The incumbent carries his base and the others just split their vote.
Yeah. So Mr. McLaughlin has pulled out a bit with Sammy Jackson. He's now at 49.38%, and Sammy is, oh, my apologies, I'm reading the wrong one. My apologies. Wrong one completely. Still at 54.68% versus 45.32%. Bordentown East, not final yet, but John is at 49.38% and 32.06%. Christopher Saunders, results are final. Let's just say that he, in fact, hold on a second. Moses, in terms of overall numbers, Moses has the most at 85.83. And then I think Kenneth comes in at 87. No, Kenneth is number 1. 87.10, so 87.1%. Kenneth Bryan, then Moses at 85.3, and then the next one after that is Chris Saunders at 79.61% of the vote. At least Mr. Vincent will get his deposit back. He did get 20.39% of the vote. And Mr. Vincent was playing really dirty in this campaign, making all sorts of disparaging remarks about Mr. Saunders' wife, he's been married to for over 25 years. I think they have 3 or 4 children together. Making fun of Mr. Saunders' accent. Even the day before the election, claiming that Saunders had been arrested and recirculating an article that we had done quite some time ago about an institution that Mr. Saunders was the director of. They tried everything and clearly it didn't work. It didn't persuade anybody because he still walked away with almost 80% of the vote for Bodden Town West. Newlands is still looking pretty good. Heather has been called. Heather walks away with 55.11% of the vote. She is taking it as the leader. And next was Malcolm Eden with 42.22%. Now, Miss Karen, I wonder with the Savannah race, right? What do you make of this? Because it seems to me that Malcolm, although he is a very bright individual, it really was strange that his father kind of put him in this position, but never prepared him for it.
Well, I don't think that Malcolm himself really intended to become a serious candidate in politics until relatively recent times.
Yeah.
When his father made the decision that he would step down. I remember, I was very much involved in the election when Mr. Haig lost. And his son-in-law, Anthony, sort of replaced him.
Yes.
And it over a period, he was very popular as a young man in the district. He was very active. He was very, very close with Roy and with Dr. Roy Bodden and Gilbert McLean. And quite frankly, I think that he benefited from his relationship with both.
Oh my gosh, hold on one second, honey. Confirmed winner for East End, we are hearing is Isaac Rankin at 52. Yes, 52.17%. So Arden McLean. Yes, Arden McLean, the opposition leader, has been unseated by Isaac Rankin this time around. Last time they were very close as well. So 52.17% compared to 45.58%. Let me tell you what the vote count is that separates the two. It's 348 minus 304. So the opposition leader, folks, has been unseated. 44 votes did that. North Side, also an upset. And I kept hearing that there was going to be an upset in the 2 eastern districts. And I thought, really? So Ezard has also lost, former opposition leader has also lost his seat, 394 to 217. A significant loss by 177 votes, folks. I mean, that.
First time ever in Northside or East End have you seen such a wide differential.
Wow.
I've seen in one election that was a spread of 4. But that's no more, obviously. When we speak of change and when we speak of the winds of change, the same thing applies to the other districts as well.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily apply just to Georgetown and Westby. But as we now sit, depending on the positions taken by Ms. Turner, and I know Sabrina very well, and I have so much respect and regard for her that I feel like I shouldn't just refer to her as Sabrina, the little girl that I knew since Clanford.
Hi.
Yeah. Andre and Sabrina will carry they carry the weight, the power tonight, simply because the opposition, who at this point in time, I would imagine Mr. McLaughlin, Nadine, And I think the trend is set for Red Bay, to be frank. I think the trend is long set in for the entire canvas. I suspect that Mr. McLaughlin will find himself leader of the opposition. Be a healthy opposition. He'll have Mr. Matt Tiger, Ms. Juliana.
But wait a minute, he shouldn't take the leadership position since he said that Mr.
There's nothing in the Constitution to stop him from becoming leader of the opposition.
Oh, although he already said that that the other man was leader of the party.
Pardon?
Although he already said that Roy McTaggart was going to be leader of the party.
None of that matters right now. Right now, trust me, I have been there. I have been there with Unity.
Yes.
And I was there in 2000. I know I can sense the mood. Right now, Alice's mind is moving at a speed that, quite frankly, it would have helped if he had done that 2 years ago. And that is, he's starting to put together a game plan. And he realizes that Sabrina Turner and Andre Ebans, as we sit here tonight,
What? Hold on a second, honey. Hold on.
The same news I just got.
Miss Karen, hold on. Ruthanna, did you just see that Kiva is behind?
Yes, ma'am. I am.
Hold on. I had sat down and I have to get back up out of my chair. Hallelujah. Jesus, there is a Lord. Come on.
Tonight.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me? This is
They is showing up tonight.
Oh my God. Makiva is going to drop down from the stress. Hold on now.
Yep. I just.
God. Oh. No, I cannot believe it. Oh, hold on one second. I need to update my news group.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This is not as sweet as taking out Alvin, but trust me. Yeah, this is almost as good. This is sweet after 36 years. And all of the poor behavior, the assaulting women and everything else that this man has done. Could West Bayers have finally woken up? Wow. I'm shocked.
That was 12 to the independent.
Wow. Oh my gosh. It's not final yet, but I'm hearing he's pulled ahead. Oh my God. I cannot. Oh, wow. Woo! Somebody just said Christmas came early.
Listen. The difficulty that Mr. Bush has right now, I saw happen in 2000 with Mr. Lidford Pearson and Miss Lucille Steele.
So I'm hearing Mario 322, Makiva Bush 312. Are those the same numbers that you got, Ruthanna?
Close, but
Ruthanna, sorry, did you just
but it's like 10 or 20 points. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, those are the same numbers that I put with them.
Could potentially be by a handful. Whoa.
Yes. A win is a win.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. A win even by one, it does not matter. Oh my God. All right.
That's it. But I just left. I'm headed down from East End now. Obviously, Mr. Isaac Rankin was successful in East End. Mr. Arden McLean, obviously, everyone knows I'm part of the Arden camp. But as he said, when the news came in, the same way you can win is the same way you can lose, and he's always known that was a possibility, and graciously accepted Isaac's victory, and East End erupted. And a motorcade blocked up the street, so they are Jerusaleming and blocking up the streets in East End, celebrating.
Wow! Oh my gosh! I cannot believe it, folks. This is. I don't know what Makiva's gonna do. I saw somebody comment earlier: if he loses, he might beat somebody's ass. He better beat his own. All right, so let us watch. I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas. I still come back to you. Let us watch some victory footage and video that we are getting from our roving reporters, as I like to call them. You guys know we've got contacts all over the place. Here is Heather Bodden, folks, giving her comments on her victory. So we'll do Heather first, and then we'll look at a few others. What an amazing night. A lot of upsets here in the Cayman Islands. Here is Heather's comment.
It's an exciting evening in Savannah, Newlands. We want everybody to come out and walk with us down to Pedro Castle. Let's walk down Freedom Street. Let's walk down to the birthplace of democracy in the Savannah area. Please come out and join us on the walk as soon as Wayne gets here. This has been an exciting time, and we're all going to walk down Freedom Street. Come on out and join us. Please join us at the office, and we can walk from the office down to Pedro Castle. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
I think it's been a victory. I think it's been a victory for the people. I think we need a healthy opposition. And there's nothing personal involved in the comments and remarks I made.
No.
Other than the comment I made about the pay hike. And there are two things that I must tell you really bothered me about this election and the campaign. In addition, the usual smearing and mudslinging.
Yes.
I think that became a bit extreme.
They tried in the
But
desperate
That
moments,
is all part of the fun. I've always tried to avoid that. But I've been, get back to the day I recognized that's something that when you go into a campaign, you can't walk out. You have to have thick skin. You can't take it personal. Because once the campaign is over, they all make up and move on.
Yeah.
But what really bothered me last night, I was just I had internet last night. I wonder why.
Yes.
I had good internet last night. When I see, and I'm going to speak to my good friend, Mr. Matt Taggart, tonight. When I know the suffering that these islands and the people that have remained behind, not just Caymanians, but all residents of these islands, that we have gone through in the last 15 months. And when I see them cranking up, crank the music and dance, and I have to stand and look at children walking the street as if they are carrying the burden of the world on their shoulders, that no 7, 8, 9-year-old should have to know that what the word foreclosure means.
Oh my God, yes. And they can take a 17% pay hike.
Cranking up the music and dancing.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Do you realize how many houses are now under foreclosure?
Yeah.
Do they realize the serious situation that they have played a part in bringing us where we are? The two industries that carried us for the last 50 years.
Yes.
Tourism, and we've been blacklisted, graylisted, we're about to be blacklisted again.
So just 1 second, my dear. We have some motorcades coming in.
I think I need to join. I think I need to join the crowd.
All right, so hold on a second here now. We have, let's watch this one. The people of West Bay to wake up, and my God, it's a miracle. barricade, folks. I see some of you checking on me. Ty says, Anna finally cannot blame the West Bayers for this. I see everybody is saying, has Sandy taken her BP meds? Miss Darlene says, check on Sandy. Let's make sure that she is good to go. I'm good, people. I'm good. Woo, what a hot mess. Sandy's going to need a new pair of pants real soon. Someone else said I'm going to need a new keyboard. Well, I keep telling my husband I need one of those anyway. So now Red Bay. Come on, Mario. Change. We were praying for the winds of change, folks. And although, unfortunately, we couldn't remove Alden, because I kept saying, cut the snake off at the head. But you know what? We've cut the rest of it in so many pieces that it may not matter what head is left anyway. But I think Sammy Jackson did a phenomenal job, given how much time he had. He really made some inroads. Yes, absolutely.
I have never ever called, ever in all the years that I have, and I campaigned actively with Alden between 92 and 2000. With the exception of the six election, I was left out of that. Mr. McLaughlin replaced me as chairman. I read it in the front page of the newspaper. And he then brought Adrian Briggs and Bridget McPartland on board with Kurt and Linford. And they would walk, Kurt and Linford would walk with Freedom Street in 2000, but run against each other. The election before, the election after. That's just the way politics. What I'm saying is that it's now for those that have come in as independents to decide whether they stand and shall remain by what they said and promised their people.
Someone says that Sammy brought a lot to light.
He sure did.
So Sabrina has secured the final box with 118 ballots. So very good. The count has ended for Sabrina. So Sabrina is the winner in Prospect. Oh my gosh, what an amazing night. Wow. So someone's asking about David White. It looks like David will probably take, not looks like, he will take that district. Let me just see.
I have given him the 7th seat in the opposition.
Yeah. Yes. Rita, some of the results are final. Let's hold on a second in terms of McKeeva Bush. Let us double check those again. Rose says that some time ago I was a big McKeeva supporter and defender. I'm so confused. I heard you were even running his Facebook page. I'm so confused. Rose, I would never say I was a big McKeeva supporter or defender. I've never been a UDP person. In fact, Rose, I could pull out the protest pictures of us protesting back when he did the coup on, what was the name of, when he did the coup on Kurt Tibbetts back in, what year was that? Remind me, Miss Karen.
That was 2001.
Yeah, when he did the status grants in 2003, I was one of those people out there with Billy Adams protesting on the steps against McKeeva Bush. And I have the photo to prove that. So I don't know where you got that from. Years after that, we had a conversation. And I would never say that I was a big supporter or a big defender. I think that I give the devil his due. And I've always said that McKeeva Bush has assisted people. I was, and I've said this publicly many times, and I will say it here again for almost 1,000 of you listening. I was one of the people who benefited from the Nation Building Fund that he set up. And I thought that for the people who did it the right way, because apparently there were a lot of his supporters who didn't, and I wasn't one of those people, but for the people who did it the right way, it was something that could have benefited people, but there were no reins or checks and balances or anything in place. The issue that I've always had about Mr. Bush is despite all of the things that he achieves, and you have to give him his due. That's the reason why, folks, he's not in jail now, because the judge gave him his due. So for all the wonderful things the man appears to be able to accomplish, he's his own worst enemy. He always gets in his own way, whether it's the first Cayman Bank fiasco, whether it's the last incident with assault, whether it's grabbing a woman's behind in Miami. He is his own worst enemy, and he always gets in his own way. So Rose, go back and fact check. I've never been a member of the UDP. I've never supported the UDP. And in fact, in 2017, I said anybody affiliated with the UDP at that time was going to lose their seat. And Mr. Bush was only able to maintain the few that he had in West Bay. And it looks like now that has eroded. So if we're going to tell the story, let's get the full facts and the full story, honey.
You know, so I decided somewhat, you know, I guess I'm being a little bit of nostalgia is kicking in here. But, you know, when Mr. Bush first surfaced in my world of politics, it was 1980. He was 25 years old.
Oh, wow.
He was touting himself. He was then running Sal's restaurant. That was his first business venture. Before that, he worked at CIC Bank.
Yes.
He was like a greeter.
Yeah.
And in 1980, he was not successful. He was brought in 80, but he had a lot of promise, and Mr. Ben Kniebanks returned with him 4 years later, and he was elected. But shortly after the 80, that is the election that Unity lost its leader, Truman Bodden. I was at that point in time employed to Truman Bodden and Company. I'd been there since 1973. And I had a very, very close relationship with him, the campaign strategy. I was Mr. Bodden's co-chair and chaired his own meetings.
Oh my gosh.
So having said all that, Mr. Bush entered the political arena in 84. And he almost found himself in a position where he would never run again at the hands of Mr. Bodden.
Wow.
He used the defamation and secured a judgment against him in a fixed amount.
So here,
it resulted in bankruptcy proceedings being brought, and Mr. Bush managed to get some financing and help from a local law firm who just happened to be on the opposition side of the camp for 1984 and 88. In fact, the law firm, the senior partner, Mr. Hunter, actually ran unsuccessfully in the same election that McKeever succeeded. So between 84 and 88, Mr. Bush, in fact, was just a hair's breadth away from being adjudged bankrupt. And that would have barred him from ever being eligible to run again. So he would say that by the bell. And then he returned in 1988. By that point in time, Mr. Jim Bodden had died. We had a by-election. And Mr. Bush was found himself in
just a second, Miss Karen. It looks like Barbara Connolly has pulled ahead slightly in a lead over Alric Lindsay. Yes. 357 votes to 336 votes. So she's at 51.
It depends how many votes left in the last ballot box.
Oh, wow. Yes. 693.
You know what's happening in there, but we don't know what's happening out there. But if they have, I'm not sure who they have counting for them tonight, but if they have someone in that room that's counted before, I know that, for example, Barbara wouldn't have been able to sort of analyze the situation, but if she had someone like, say, Adriana Webb counting for her tonight, just an example, Adriana would be able to look at the last ballot box, because Adriana has been involved in every single election since 1976, with the exception of 96. She was off island in 96, but she and I parted company election-wise in 88. She stayed with Dignity, and I ran against Dignity with Kirk Tibbett, a sole candidate in the 92 election. Now, what happened with Mr. Bush is he found himself in the opposition and made friends with the man that had brought the civil proceedings to bankrupt him. They then joined forces in the opposition, and he, for the first time, entered cabinet, as it would be called today, by Mr. Truman Bodden gave him a seat to form the government in 92. And within 1 year, he was on his way out at the hands of Mr. Bodden because he was impeached. He was impeached over the first came and thanked the governor. He was placed in a position.
And I remember that was 96. That was the 96.
He was removed by Mr. Borden and the governor.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's just amazing how.
It saddens me to think that this is how it's all going. You know, it's how it's going down. Why? I think of Mr. Norman Borden. He recognized that it was best to come out when he was at the top of his game.
Yeah.
And he bowed out, much to the surprise of many. But I understood why, and I think Mr. Borden understands that I understood why he chose to bow out in '92. He did. He was very sensible to do so. He left at the top of his game, and that's how he's going to be remembered. But Mr. Bush has quite a checkered history in politics. I have known him since 1980 and before on a somewhat limited basis. And, you know, I've shared a very long and personal relationship with Mr. Borden, with Mr. Bush. But in 2008, I had to make a decision when I made a decision that I would be taking a certain position in public life. I chaired the first standards in public life. I was a chairwoman. Obviously, I wasn't in a position to socialize with either side. I was unable to socialize with my two candidates, Kurt Naldin, and I couldn't socialize with Mr. Bush either. And I found myself in a position between 2010 and 2013, 14. I remained until February of 14, where I had to make certain decisions and
Lenny,
obligations, which made me less responsible than any other politician.
Yes. Let me just read a few of the comments. Lenny tunes in. Lenny says this is the best coverage since the Cuban standoff. So she's enjoying it. Chris Famous, what are your thoughts right now when you're seeing the independents take a significant lead? There's a few that are still up for grabs, including Georgetown South, Alwick's seat, or I should say Barbara's seat. But what are you thinking here?
It's interesting because you have to, it's like a graph. You have to look at the trends, right? And the trend, even if seats weren't lost, the trend is that a higher the independents are gaining a higher percentage of the votes.
For sure.
And I think that's based off of a national feeling that the status quo is not working for Caymanians. So the independents, when I listen to them in all the, whether it be the morning debates or the chamber debates, they were all pretty much on the same level of what they were saying. The message was, even though they're not a party, the message was consistent with each other that Caymanians need affordable housing, the cost of living is too high, education standards need to be raised, so on and so forth. So whenever somebody say these things, it resonates with the voters. And then on the other hand, you have the established incumbents who are part of the status quo, who basically kind of had very little defense of why Caymanians are in the position that they are in. So that's my conclusion of why the independents have done so well. Even for those that didn't actually win, they have closed the gap between the incumbents and the challengers. So congratulations to the North Side, East End, West Bay North, West Bay Central, sorry, and the other numbers that are coming in. Rather, we just have to see what happens in Georgetown South.
Very interesting. So some areas still out. Someone says, please tell me that Mario has won. Oh my goodness, what a hot mess. So just a second here, I do believe we have some more video footage. Lots of celebrations are going on, and people are sending me some of the footage here. David White has been called, so David White maintains his seat. I mean, there's a lot of upsets tonight. Chris, from an outsider, what do you think has? I mean, there's a lot of upsets tonight, but what do you think has been?
Well, let's start with West Bay North. West Bay Central. Just looking at the chamber debate, it was clear as day that Miss Ebanks Wilkes was a better candidate. Not to say that Captain Eugene hadn't did much for his community, but as it stands at this point, she was clearly the better candidate. When you look at East End with Mr. Rankin and Mr. McLean, Mr. Rankin, as I said earlier, is someone who lost last election, but he has remained consistent in the constituency. So voters always reward somebody, the underdog, when they see, I shouldn't say always, but a lot of times they reward the underdog who remains consistent no matter what. I'm not too familiar with the politics of the North Side, so I can't really speak to that. But in regards to Red Bay, which hasn't been declared yet, so we don't know how that's going to go. But as you said, that speaks to, once you see the actual premier or prime minister of a country almost losing the seat, that's a referendum on the government itself. So it's ironic that some of his backbenchers are faring better than him. So that says a lot, you know.
For sure. So I think the race, I think there were still some ballots out between Bernie and McKeeva, so we can't obviously call that yet. We are waiting for those results to be updated. This picture that we have on the screen is Mr. Kenneth Bryan and his competitor, Mr. Frank Cornwall, and despite beating him by a significant amount, you see the two men here shaking hands and having a hug out. Mr. Kenneth has ran a very clean campaign, and I must say, even when someone defaced his competitor's signage with some rotten breadfruit, it was Kenneth who went out there and stood on his truck. He's lucky he didn't fall off that time either.
I saw that.
Yeah, and he cleaned painstakingly, took, I don't know if it was water or what he was spraying on the sign, but he cleaned off the sign of his competitor, and he said, please, people, don't engage in this type of lowbrow politics. We don't need to do this to win. It's not worth it. You make us all look bad. And, it is what it is. So David White is going to keep his seat, 465 votes. Next in line was Perlina McGraw-Lumsden at 198. And we're still waiting for some numbers to come in. The interesting thing about Perlina is, she always does, and I think Ms. Karen, you can probably, if we went back and look at her numbers, she always does fairly well, but she never seems to really pull it quite up enough to win. Why do you think that is? I mean, I think one of the reasons, unfortunately, is she disappears every 4 years. So, she'll come back in 4 years' time and she'll run again, but it's like you miss an opportunity. There's so many candidates that do this every time they lose. They miss an opportunity between the 4 years to just really get in the community and work super hard and prove that they're not just a one-night stand in terms of they're just showing up for the purposes of an election, but, they're going to stick with it.
I'll be frank with you, Sandy. I was quite surprised when Perlina chose not to run in North Georgetown North, because having, been on the ground throughout and doing my own count, Perlina did extremely well in Georgetown North in 2017. Surprisingly well.
Yeah.
And I thought that she would have maintained that base root support. And that if she came back, she probably would have, because she didn't have to do as much work in 20. She'd already introduced herself. She covered a lot of the ground in 17. So I assumed that when she came back in 21, she would probably be returning to her grassroots support, which she had garnered in Georgetown North. But she started again in a completely different district, a totally different set of voters. And she had to sell herself all over again. And you know, at this point in time, I think if you look at the figures from 17, you'll see that Perlina did much better in Georgetown North than she did in the district in which she's now running. But this is all Monday morning quarterback, because she'll look at this and she'll make the decision 4 years from now if she decides to return for the third time. She'll probably make her mind up. I think this could be the fourth time. Maybe Perlina ran once before with Mr. Bush.
Yes, that's correct.
And then she ran under his banner in 17 as well.
So West Bay South?
He campaigned for her, the UDP or whatever was left of them, campaigned very heavily for their candidate in Georgetown North.
Oh, yes.
There was a huge rally at A.L. Thompson's on the night before the election. I guess I wasn't doing too much politicking. I attended all the rallies for all the other candidates. And I can remember Mr. Bush came on just before a huge thunderstorm came through. And the crowd just waited in the rain just to hear him speak. And he was there endorsing.
So, my dear, we have final results for West Bay West. McKeeva Bush, folks, maintains his seat despite falling behind 51 points.
I think that Mr. Bush will do well to treat this as his swan song.
Yes.
But that's totally up for him. But even if we look at the situation as we now speak, and obviously the vote between Alric and Lindsay and Barbara Connolly would be too close to call. But even in the event that Mr. Lindsay loses, you still have the independents with 10 seats. And if they decide to take their speaker from the outside,
yes,
they will form the next government. If they keep a speaker from within, they are going to have to try to bring someone from Mr. Alden's from the opposition, which is now shaping up. And you're going to have I think it'll be a very healthy situation, because the government will have a watchdog if we have an effective opposition. And so, an opposition is always healthy. So this, to me, it's a win-win for the people. Mr. Bush is the loser because neither side has given any indication that they would even be interested in retaining him as a part of their alliance.
So I'm hearing that the helicopters in East End trying to bring order in East End. That's what we've just received. So folks, we're all celebrating and people are definitely happy, but let's just maintain our proper decorum, as Caymanians are known to do. West Bay South has some astonishing results here this evening, folks. Let me just get those for you. Andre 606 to Raul 226. So that was quite a blowout. And Andre was one of those people that people always thought that if the progressives were on the teeter of needing one or two people, that he would be one that they could count on to flip. But as it looks now, they're going to need way more than him to flip. So I think he's better off just remaining as an independent and working with the independents. So folks, some really astonishing results coming in tonight. Alden will keep his seat, but I think once again, congrats to Sammy. He's actually done very well for his first time running as a candidate. So Jay took away North Side by a significant number. Justin and Deborah never had a chance in that race. David White maintains his race in Georgetown West, his seat in Georgetown West. And we're still waiting on, let me see here, on Georgetown South
Right.
to see what is going on
If
here.
you have a return to Georgetown South, you're going to have a 10-9. They can't, neither side can bring a speaker from the inside. That's where they are right now.
Right.
So they can start looking for a speaker on the outside. Their numbers just won't, unless, even if Sabrina should decide to go across to the government bench, which is I can't speak for they must.
Sabrina, you mean the government being the progressives?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, but
If she was to go across, they would only have 10,
Yeah.
9,
yeah,
and you have to have 11.
Right.
That's what happened, Sandra, in 2013.
Yes.
Albion had a real problem.
yeah,
They did not have sufficient seats to form a government, and they took Tara Rivers as their 10th and Juliana O'Connor as their 11th.
Someone just sent in a comment.
They should not have they should have kept their speaker on the outside, and he would have maintained his balance of power for 4 years.
Yeah.
But by 2017, we know what happened.
So one commenter on WhatsApp says, Bush and Alden returned, something wrong with our people, whether you want to admit it or not. I feel to curse so much right now.
At the end of the day, people must speak. And I'll simply say this: I've said it every election that I had an opportunity to say it publicly. The people get the government they vote for, and for those that chose to stay home today, they have to accept that they have contributed in some shape or form by the government that we'll have. So, it's as simple as that. The people get the government that they vote for.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised the voter turnout was not, I really am surprised that the voter turnout was not more, to be quite frank and honest.
This is Sandra, experience. Today, the first thing I asked was, what was the voter turnout? And I was told it was less than 60%, and we'd already crossed 12 o'clock. It's an hour. You have to have 70% before 1 o'clock. Why? Because the surge comes between 7 and 1, and then that's where the work of the workers on the ground begin. That's when they have to get those other voters out, and it's done in drips and drabs. By the time you close the polls at 6 o'clock, it's a ghost town.
Someone said that the independents need to stay away.
Voter turnout of less than 70% at 2 o'clock. There is no way that you're going to get another 25% or even 20% before 6 o'clock.
Right.
So usually you gauge your numbers from about, we started looking at about 12:30. I can remember in 2013, the PPM, you'll remember that, Sandra. They were crying and some were on their knees praying. They had prayer groups going because the voter turnout was so low.
Yeah, I think that's the famous one where Alden started crying when he actually thought he had lost.
Yes.
And Kurt Tibbett said to him, "What are you crying for?"
Yes.
So, folks,
That's
this is
the same election, 2013.
yes.
And that was a turning point in politics in Cayman.
Yeah.
It was the first election that we have had under the new constitution, which brought in parties.
Right.
And it failed miserably because we never even got the party system off the ground.
It's
the
true.
day after the election, Miss Juliana O'Connor jumps in an airplane and joins. She goes into the election, the previous election. She goes in as deputy premier in the UDP. By 2012, the UDP was split, and she was then the premier of her own party. And then one day after the election, she leaves her own party, having left her previous party,
Mm-hmm.
and becomes an official member of the PPM on the Saturday after the election.
I know, it's amazing.
And then Ms. Rivers meets with them over the weekend, the Friday and the Saturday. She goes to Borden, to West Bay, and gets the approval of her people to join a party. And they could not do so because you cannot form a political party after the election for purposes of forming a government.
So Wayne Panton.
That we still have to deal with.
Yes.
It means very little to me when I look at 2013 and 17.
Yeah. So Wayne Panton has been confirmed in his seat. Of course, a lot of people, Alden seems to have the ability to flip people in an unusual manner. So when the numbers are close, it's still never, the only thing that gives me hope this time is I know for a fact that a lot of the independents had been working together in terms of, talking to each other. So Chris Saunders, Wayne Panton, Kenneth Bryan, a lot of those had been working together. But then you've got some people out there that are on the fringes, like Jay, which was just endorsed by Alden last night. Even East End, Isaac, he was on the fringes. People felt like Andre is on the fringes. So you still have enough people who have not ruled out.
If you start shifting, if you shift Andre and Sabrina, the government can be reformed pretty much in the current form.
Oh my God.
It's as simple as that because it's so close.
Yeah.
It's not as if, it's really not as if you have 3 or 4 extra seats to play with.
Yeah.
But the problem you have, Sandra, is that when you're going to do what we call in the old days horse trading, it's who is going to offer those coveted 5 seats. And Alden's problem tonight, Mr. McLaughlin, because the Honorable Mr. McLaughlin, is that neither he nor Mr. McTaggart, nor Ms. Juliana, nor Mr. Moses, or Mr. John Seymour would be prepared to give up their seats in cabinet. So what incentive can they give someone like
whoever they're trying to flip? Well, I think a lot of the newcomers.
They can flip the newcomers,
Well, I was going to say a lot of them would not be expecting a ministerial seat in any event, but people are listening to. Let me just.
Or Mr. Ebanks, and he could turn a 10-9 on the independents.
Yeah, someone just said that they're listening to McKeeva Bush on CIG TV, and apparently he is saying that he lost because he didn't have a lot of money to spend. He still doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. I'm just like, wow. I don't know. He just doesn't get it. I mean, sadly, he just doesn't get it. So Robert Tatum says, congrats to Big Mac. Debbie says we need to do a recount. Nisa says a recount. Garth says, how the Ras did McKeeva get back in? Abigail says Castro back in again. Faded Mary says, on a better count them ballots over, voter fraud. I Trump now. Bush won his seat. This got to be a joke. Jesset says, big up West Bay General. Well, the general is barely hanging on. This person, Carolyn, says, keep them talking. If God is for you, no man can be against you, McKeeva. What a hot mess.
See, there are those that feel very loyal to their candidate.
Yeah, no matter what.
And that's the way it's going to be. Some of the comments made, it could well be their supporters that they couldn't have voted for him, but they can still support him in the most meaningful way, which they've chosen to do. And that's just the way. That's the world of politics. I can't help saying this about my good friend Kurt Tibbetts. I miss seeing him on the campaign trail. I kept looking for him to see where he would surface in, because he was quite active in 17.
Yes, I actually saw him today, ironically enough, when I was leaving the polls. And he jokingly said to me, because we had posted a photo of Roy Tatum, thinking that it was him. And he said, no, that wasn't me. And I said, but you know, the angle of that photo, it sure looked a lot like you, but he actually recently had knee surgery. So I think he just wasn't as mobile either.
I saw the photograph. I thought it was him.
Yes, it turned out it wasn't him. It was actually Roy Tatum. But
it was like nomination day or something.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it was last weekend at Sammy's meeting.
No, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah. So
interesting. What is going to prove really interesting is the talks that will start tomorrow morning.
Yes, of course.
And to see how it will play out. I suspect, to be frank with you, that Andre Ebanks will probably go with the cabinet of the day.
Wow. It's sad if he does, because everybody's been saying that. And I think that if he does, he might be a one-hit wonder.
And so it means we're waiting for Georgetown South, or have they called Georgetown South?
Let me just try to refresh and have a look.
Ulrich and Barbara.
Still out.
It means that they're struggling with that last block of votes. They're being very careful because it's very close. This is when you can start asking to examine the ballot yourself to see the X's outside the box. But those days are long over.
All right, so we've got a stream here. I think that this might be Wayne Panton joining us. Good evening. I can see them. Yes, this looks like Wayne and Heather. They have a motorcade going. This is at their elections headquarters. And I think I have to myself, I'm going to have to get out on the road here shortly. Louis says, I had to ask for forgiveness. I'm not going to lie. I guess he's not too happy with some of the results that are coming in. Curtis says, don't we agree and tell people this didn't we agree and tell people this a few days ago? So Curtis, a staunch PPM supporter, is hopeful that he can still the former government. We have I must say, of almost 2,000 comments, we have had very few. We've only had one troll tonight. When we've had like 1.6 thousand comments, I think we've done really good. But these trolls always seem to find us when we have a lot of numbers happening, because we're trending, I guess, on Facebook, and they do find us. So we just had a troll talking about they can cure everything. I think that's Wayne Panton. Hello, Wayne.
Oh.
Hi.
I hear anything.
Congratulations. For Wayne. So the interesting thing about Wayne, folks, is last time he lost by the smallest margin. It was some, I think, 15 votes. And this time it was a significant blowout, folks, between him and Alva Suckoo. And unfortunately for Alva, I think one of the things that really hurt him quite a lot was that last minute decision to join up with the Progressives. So that seemed to put the nail in his coffin if it wasn't there already.
Yep.
Very, very unfortunate for him. But of course, Wayne is celebrating.
We have, bringing an end to what has been quite a successful run for him, starting out as a rookie and finding his own over the last 8 years. And
so Anne says that Andre did not give up his job. Anne says Andre did not give up his job without a promise. He's one of them. Rose says so is Raul. I don't know how they could both be one of them, but anyway. Bruce says it's going to be another PPM controlled administration. Bruce, don't count out the independents yet. I think the independents learned some tough lessons last time.
Hey, how you doing, man? Oh, my God, my God. My wife says how much she came, but she got back up the road.
Oh, Paulette got me cracking up. As I need my meds now, because
thank you.
It was still very close. I must say, Mario did well.
How do you guys do? Thank you. Thank you.
So we're still waiting in Georgetown South, but it looks like Barbara might hang on by very. I'm just gonna go ahead and mute them. But it looks like Barbara might hang on by as they say, the hair on her chinny chin chin. So wow, quite an interesting night. That's right. Don't count out the independents. I'm telling you, they have been working together and they have learned some really, really important lessons.
If they're really going to maintain their independence, they must work together.
Absolutely.
For the best government that they're capable of forming.
Yeah. So we have Wayne here giving his remarks.
And equally those in Savannah who face their trust and confidence in Kevin. We intend to make a difference for our communities. We intend to work hard to make a difference across this country for all Caymanians. I want to thank you all very much for being here. It's a bit overwhelming. It's one of those moments where you feel all sorts of emotions. It's an honor, it's a privilege, it's an obligation, and it is just something that we're so proud to have been able to achieve through our community efforts, because our campaign has been a clean one. Our campaign has been run by people in our communities. So we love them all, and they have done an amazing job. And ladies and gentlemen, I really don't know what else to tell you tonight, but thank you. Thank you.
So some remarks there by Wayne Hampton, getting a bit emotional. So congrats. Unfortunately, their running partner, Mr. Ozzy Gordon, was not successful in his bid. So right up the street here, you guys know that I live fairly close to the Newlands area. I was a former Newlands voter myself, and I've just moved a little bit out of that district, and now I'm in Lower Valley, making me part of Chris Saunders' constituency. But the celebration's happening right up the street, not too far from me. So everybody's saying Wayne for premier, and I think now the talk will be how do we go from where we are at this moment to forming the government. And I dare say that I honestly believe that, Wayne would be vying for premiership. I think that's what it is.
I think so too.
Yeah. So
I share your view in that regard.
Truly amazing. Wow, what a night. So we're almost there, and I'm surprised at how quickly the counts came in. It's only, Miss Karen, thank you so much. This must be past your bedtime, but thank you for sticking with us. Thank you, Mr. Famous as well, for sticking with us. Appreciate that. So we're gonna go ahead and pull out the feed from Wayne's office, and we thank them for joining in. We're gonna have to go, I think Sabrina and her crew are on the road. So they took it on the road. They're celebrating. We'll check on them. So we're going to be doing a lot of interviews going into the coming days. And in fact, I had done an interview earlier today with Sabrina, but for some reason, I don't know what's going on with my little computer here, but when I plug it into that USB port, it doesn't bring it up. But maybe I'll share it tomorrow. Tomorrow is what day? Tomorrow's Thursday. Yes, we'll be having a morning show in the morning. You guys know that already. We don't take a break around here. Now, Friday, folks, might be a little bit different because I do have a little court thing on Friday that I've got to show up for. So I'll keep you guys abreast on how that goes. But yeah, what an eventful night. Still early enough where I think I can put on my little walking shoes and go out for a little bit. Ricky says, Wayne Panton, hope you remember Poor People and not like the last time. Ricky, I can tell you that I believe Mr. Wayne Panton when he says that he learned a lot of lessons as a result of what transpired in 2017 when he was voted out by a slim margin. But nonetheless, you know, I think he has wised up. And the difficulty of taking on a position like premiership or even a ministerial position is you often do so at the neglect and the peril of your district. At the district level, you tend to lose support because you're so focused on these high level, you know, cabinet meetings and running the country and all this sort of stuff that you forget who is actually voting for you. It's not a national vote. And I do believe that anyone who's going in there as a first-time representative, that's why they need to sit on the back bench. And Ms. Karen, you can tell me what you think of this. I've always said they need to sit on the back bench. They need to learn the ropes because at the end of the day, that is what is going to allow them to get elected a second time. Now, I'm hearing that right now, the results between Barbara and Alric is literally one vote. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this can't be for real.
I think that people will understand now how important it is to go out and vote.
Because
one vote can make a difference.
They're still counting. But Georgetown South is too close to call. This person says, Independence got good people, Wayne, Heather, Kathy, Saunders, Bernie, Kenneth. I'm trusting that they stay on the good ship. So Georgetown South is still out. Wow.
It's going to turn largely on whether Sabrina and Turner and Andre Eubank make a decision to remain as independents or to become a part of an alliance. The days of parties are over. They can't start a party tomorrow. So they're going to have to all go back to progressives and their alliance team if that's what they're going to do. And it'll be interesting because each of the candidates tonight must recognize that they held themselves up to a certain standard and that they provided a mandate based on what they undertook to do as candidates now that they're elected.
Absolutely.
If it's not, they'll face it again at the polls 4 years from now. But, you know, we're at a crossroads. I'm not sure what we're going to be faced with 4 years down the road. Some difficult decisions are going to have to be made. We have an economy that's flatlined.
So,
and we have some serious issues
yes.
these islands in the next 4 years.
A lot of people are saying that they miss Cece. Poor Cece. She's always getting blocked on Facebook. She gets in trouble on Facebook a lot, so she's always in Facebook jail. But I do think that she will. Well, she was on earlier. She joined us as a guest.
Yes, I think we had Cece on.
Yes, yeah. So she did come on as a guest. But there were some people here because she's done a couple little interesting shows with us, calling them out, saying, "Hey, if they start to do this, it's a red flag." And she is a Georgetown South voter. And of course, she said that she went out and made sure that she voted today. So we'll wait for the results of Georgetown South to come in. And then I think we can pretty much wrap things up after that.
Whenever you're ready to sign off, I'm here, but I'm quite happy to release you so that you can pick up where you left off early on. You must be absolutely drained, Sandra.
Oh,
Night.
it's
Normally we started the count at 7.
yes.
7 one evening, and we finished 24 hours later.
Yeah.
That was basically
Wow.
the way it was until 2017.
Amazing.
2013 a little shorter, but I wasn't involved in either in 13,
Mhm,
9 or
mhm.
5. I walked away post turtle stew.
Mr. Famous, what is the total number of voters in Bermuda? How many people actually registered to vote?
We have, as of the last election, which is October, we have approximately 47,000 registered voters.
Oh, wow. Okay. And how
So
long does it
basically,
normally,
how long
does the count normally take?
not this long.
Really?
Yes, we have 36 constituencies, and each constituency is roughly about 1,300 voters, some slightly more, some slightly less. And our turnout is usually around, give or take, around 70%, for example, right? So each constituency probably maybe gets 1,000 voters, but by usually within 3 hours, we have all our polls close at 8 in the night, and by 11 o'clock, we're pretty much wrapped up from there. But for us, once you go across, once a party reaches 19 seats, then the election is called for that party. So anything on top of that is gravy, right?
Right. Okay. All right. So Juanita says Cece's gone out to party. I think she's probably home with the kids. Still waiting on Georgetown South. They are still counting. I understand. People are like, what's taking so many sorry, Cameron says, what's taking so long with Georgetown South? Are they still counting potholes?
It does tend to slow it down, which means that
Yes.
there could be some challenge in there.
Well, maybe those boxes that weren't escorted properly might be a problem.
I was again a little surprised to hear that has happened, because
Yeah, we should know better,
all the
right?
years that I was involved, the law was very clear. The candidate had the right for an agent to accompany the ballot boxes. There's a procedure laid down in law, which is quite a detailed procedure, where you're actually standing there and you're ensuring that the results as tallied by the returning officers and all parties, of the presiding officer, the polling clerk, the supervisor, they're all there, and the ballots have to be sealed. You have to count the number of electors whose name appear in the poll book as having voted. You have to make an entry on the line immediately below the name of the elector who voted last. You have to count the spoiled ballots, and you have to count the counterfoils of all used ballot papers. You have to place them in a special envelope supplied for that purpose. You have to indicate the number of counterfoils and seal it on that envelope. So it's very important that process, that there's no break in the chain of custody of the ballot boxes.
Of course.
I've always traveled since we started carrying the ballot boxes from the various points to the count. I have always, in my time, I accompanied the boxes myself as chair of the campaign. And I was surprised to hear that Mr. Lindsay would say that his agent, I can't imagine that they were refused, because the law makes it very clear that you can ask, and you're entitled to accompany that ballot box. Any candidate can request that their agent accompany the person that would be, include the presiding officer, the polling clerk, etc. I've never ever been on a bus or any form of transport that we didn't have at least one agent for each candidate in that particular polling station. So I'm surprised. I'm not sure what happened. Whether maybe Mr. Lindsay just didn't ask. I'm not sure.
Well, he apparently, I mean, based on
Nothing untoward, probably.
yeah,
Nothing untoward happened. That's
right.
Never experienced any tampering with the ballot box.
Yeah, but you can't take that chance. There's a reason why the process is what it is, right?
There is a reason because it's quite some distance.
Mm-hmm.
I remember accompanying the boxes from Georgetown Primary to Lion Center.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In 2000, we did it at Mira Miller.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's quite a difference when you're traveling from Georgetown Primary. And, it's been a long day and they're loading the boxes in and you want to see what everything is done so that you save a lot of time. There's no need to do what could well be happening right now, and that is challenging after the fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So someone said to mention, let me just let's see what this person actually said. Oh gosh, I just lost that message. Hold on one second here. We had a comment that came in. Oh my, who was that? They said to make mention. Oh, here we go. They said, I feel to curse right now. I think this is in relation to the McKeeva Bush situation. Bush and Alden return. Something is wrong with their people, whether we want to admit it or not. So please confirm that Roydell Carter and Richard Bernard are the only candidates that got single-digit vote counts in total. I need a good laugh to wash away my tears about Bush and Alden. So I think, so Richard Bernard didn't get single digits. He got 0.70% of the vote, so less than 1%. He literally got 7 votes out of over 1,000. And we have, let's see who else got single digits here. Or like I said, that wasn't quite a single digit. So Roydell picked up 29 votes out of 1,186 at 2.45%. And Gina Williams got 28 votes out of 1,047 at 2.67%. And Debbie Broderick, so there's quite a few people that got single digits, picked up 23 votes, accounting for 3.20%. And Mr. McCleary Frederick in East End got 2.25% of the vote. So there are a number of people who got single digits, at least I think that's 4 of them. And then I guess single digits would also be Frank McField. He got 6.06%. And then Christina Hislop Rowlandston got 7.55%. I'm understanding that we are getting some final numbers now for Georgetown South. I think, is that the final number? I think Barbara, ballots counted per station. I think Barbara may have edged him out, folks, which is quite shocking, really.
When you're looking at an incumbent that's that close, she would do, if you're down to splitting hairs, the incumbent tends to take the candle.
Right. So it looks like Barbara is going to hold on to her seat at 524. That's at 52.72%. Alaric did well at 470, getting 47.28% of the votes. So Barbara will be holding on to her seat, folks.
I think we're looking now at an 8. With
Yes.
Mr. Bush on one side and alone, you have 8. Mr. Bush in the middle with 1, which gives a 9. And the independents come in with 9. So it's going to be interesting where Mr. Bush, which side of the fence he ends up.
Yeah.
I would imagine he'll end up back on the government bench.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this government claims that they wouldn't work with him, but we know that that's a lie.
We know that, these things are said, and the truth is reality sort of takes over when gives you a real wake-up call the morning after, and you realize that you said things that you might just have to go to bed with the enemy. And he was really never an enemy because he was part of the alliance.
Someone has already put together a photo of what the government is going to look like, and this has got to be a joke because they've got Alden in the mix, McKeeva in the mix, Barbara in the mix. I don't think that this is a realistic picture any at all. I don't know who put this together, but this has got to be a joke. This is ridiculous. I don't see that happening. But it's funny.
It'll be an interesting week starting tomorrow morning.
Yes, for sure. And folks, us here at Kimanma Road, we're going to be in the thick of it. We will keep you guys.
It's been quite an eventful evening for all of us.
Yes.
We have to say thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm so glad that, I must tell you when our paths crossed recently at a birthday party, no less, for toddlers. I must say that, I'm so glad that I had the opportunity to invite you onto the program today. So
it's a privilege. I thank you very much, and I thank all your listeners for the comments and giving us their perspective as well. I mean,
yes.
Although we have a certain view, and I have no apologies to make for the position that I've
yes.
taken. I have a long history with many of the players, and the truth is, I have formed an opinion, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's an opinion that needs to be formed or followed by any other of my fellow voters out there. And so there are those tonight that are counting the numbers, and they're going to depend very heavily. The two tonight that carries the balance of power, Sabrina Turner and Andre Ebanks.
Yep,
they
absolutely.
carry the balance of power tonight.
So one final announcement, I think, before we call it a night. We have another unexpected winner here, folks. Let me just pull this up. This is going to be quite shocking, I think, for a lot of you. Let me pull up my graphics on this one first before I make this announcement. I know. I've always got something up my sleeve there. Miss Karen is laughing like, what could this possibly be? All right, hold on one second. Let me just see now. I found the first image and I just need to pull up the second one. You need these computers always fool you when you're trying to look for something. So here we go, folks. You're not going to believe this, but CMR is the media winner for the night. A little tongue in cheek here. These are real-time results right now. So the Compass-owned Cayman Crosstalk, they've been live streaming. They have 40 viewers at the same time, just taking a second ago, that CMR had 666. Not the best number in the world, but it didn't stay at 666 for long. But yes, 40 versus 666 in real time. That just happened. But of course, you guys know that we went over. We were pushing 1,100, but we definitely went over 1,000. So thank you so much. So
congratulations. I think it's well deserved and well earned.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm always a bit tongue in cheek with these things. So so someone just wants us to recap. I see some of you are signing off. Natasha's asking for recount in Georgetown South. Josephine said, we did it again, CMR. All right, folks, so let's just go through the numbers really quickly. I'm just going to list off the winners, and then we can certainly take it from there. So let me just see. All right, so winners are Starting with West Bay Central, Kathy Wilkes, 57.89%. West Bay North, Bernie Bush, 54.56%. West Bay South, Andre Ebanks, 72.84%. West Bay West, McKeeva Bush holds it at 51.52%. Georgetown Central, Kenneth Bryan at 87.1%. Georgetown East, Roy McTaggart, 64.12%. Georgetown North, Joey Hugh, 56.45%. Georgetown South, Barbara Connolly, 52.72%. Georgetown West, David White, 51.46%. Prospect, Sabrina Turner, 37.24%. Red Bay, Alden McLaughlin, 55.73%. Bordentown East, Dwayne Seymour, 60.89%. Bordentown West, Chris Saunders, 79.61%. Newlands, Wayne Panton, 55.23%. Savannah, Heather Bodden, 55.11%. North Side, Johanny J. Ebanks, 54.87%. East End, Isaac Rankin, 52.17%. Cayman Brack East, Juliana O'Connor Connolly, 71.31%. And Cayman Brack West and Little Cayman, Moses Kekernel at 85.83%. Those, my good people, are the final results. Louisa says, so disappointed. I'm not sure which one exactly. Jackie says, Alric is such a bright guy. Anne Bailey, Livingston Bailey Jr. Natasha says, I bear not hear not one person complain about the cost of living, overdevelopment, unemployment, lack of affordable housing, that absolutely ludicrous minimum wage or anything else for the next 4 years. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Good night. So,
Sandy, if there's anything that we can take from this, the 3 month stipend, we've been saved from having to pay that. For
those that
we don't have to cough up.
Yeah, I mean, either way, they're still going to get paid, right? But yes, your point is taken.
Get paid, but at least we'll have to expect that they're working for
well,
it and not just
I don't know about that.
being given a consolation prize.
I don't know if they're working. They haven't been working for it, most of them, for 4 years. So
hopefully the people will stand behind them now and
yes,
ask that they fulfill the mandate that
absolutely. And I tell you what, folks, you know, someone said this to me some weeks back about the important role that CMR has played in this election. And I just want to say, for the record, that we intend to continue playing that role throughout the next 4 years. This isn't just an election time analysis where we're going to be holding them to the fire. We're going to do that the entire time. There's a new sheriff in town, and it's not any of the elected officials, it's the media. And so we will be holding them accountable, and we will be expecting great things from whoever is going to be leading this government, whether it turns out to be the independents or whoever, whatever unity government might be formed. You know, we have to expect better, we have to demand better, and we have to be given better. And I think that really is the bottom line, folks.
I absolutely agree and echo your sentiments, Sandra. The truth is, we must now all pick up the people have spoken, and whether there are those out there disappointed, there are those celebrating.
Yes.
But this is democracy at work, and
absolutely
every vote counts because you can only have one winner. And closeness doesn't count. Losing by 3 votes is perhaps tougher than losing by 200.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Karen. Appreciate your support. I have a message here. Ms. Janet Lawrence in Tampa says if you can please give her a call. She would like to hear from you. So
I would love to hear from her, but I don't have her number.
I will send it to you.
Would you send it through to me?
Yes, absolutely.
Ms. Janet is a very special woman in my life. She was Justin's preschool teacher.
Ah, okay. Wow.
She and Miss Mary were his first teachers.
Yes. Wow. Awesome. So yes, I will send you her number. So good night to everyone. Mr. Famous, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Karen, for the lovely history
Yes.
of Cayman politics, and congratulations to CMR. Just a final note, as I said, no matter who's the premier come whenever, the government of Cayman and the governments of the overseas territories are in the fight for their life right now. I guess in upcoming shows you'll be discussing that, but the life that we know can be changed overnight just because somebody in Europe doesn't like us.
Yes.
So congratulations to the people of Cayman for going out and voting, and I hope that there's issues such as affordable housing, public transportation, and overdevelopment are actually dealt with now beyond just lip service. So
Yes, for sure. All right, Mr. Famous, thank you so much.
All right, good night.
Good night. So folks, thank you guys, all of you. Some final comments coming in. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Diana. We have Dr. Juliet, who's in Jamaica. She did mention earlier, she said, awesome job, CMR and team. Well, nobody should be complaining. They're all happy. Not a word in English we want here. So thank you so much for joining us from Jamrock. Arden did not win his seat. South Marjorie, he lost, as did Ezard Miller. Izzy, thank you. Natasha, thank you. Irvelin feels still a bit disappointed. I think it's a mixed bag. We're happy for some and disappointed for some others. But as they say, you can't win them all. So Louis says, good run. Keep our shoulders to the wheel. Anne, thank you. Miss Louisa says, thank you, CMR. You are most welcome. You guys made this an awesome show as always. We've now been going for 5 hours. This last segment, which we've done 3 segments today. The last one here is 5 hours and 12 minutes. So I couldn't have done it without the support that I've had of other people coming in to the live stream. Thank you guys so much. Nisa says Freemasonry is a real thing. Well, I tell you what, Freemasonry doesn't impact people's ability to get out there and vote. You just got to do it. Debbie says, great coverage, CMR. Keep up the excellent work. Thank you. Paulette, sorry. Thank you very much. You are most welcome. Mr. Walton said, CMR truly kept us informed all the way. Perla says, great job, CMR. Keep it up. Thank you all so much. Gisette says, thank you for your good job. You're most welcome. Nisa, thank you. Kyle says the backstabbing is going to begin. Let's hope not. Sabrina says good night and thank you, Sandra. Miss Janet, Louisa, thanks to Mr. Famous. Yes, absolutely. Irvelin says, good job, Sandy. Appreciate all that you're doing. Thank you. I think I'm going to go on the road now. I got to tell you, I might live stream from the road. So don't y'all go to bed quite yet. Ralston, you're most welcome. Miss Vilma, you are welcome. Esa, good night to you. Thank you, Bobby, for tuning in. Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Mr. Walton again. And good night. Beth says, thanks, CMR. Awesome guest. Absolutely. I loved the information that Ms. Karen brought to the table, as well as the balance on the, from the perspective of the Caribbean region. We're part of that region. Thank you, Ms. Morna, for those comments. Lewis says, awesome to everyone. CMR has raised the bar. Thank you. Thank you, Natasha. Says, thanks for the superb coverage. Lori says, great job. You guys are amazing. Tamika says, thank you, CMR. Dr. Juliet says, please send her donation. It is not free, guys. Show some love to Sandy. Aw, I appreciate that. Tell your hubby thanks for sharing you with us all day today. Yes, he has been holding the fort down, folks. And in fact, I do have a daughter. And so today we had help. Big shout out to Miss Izzy, who was here helping us behind the scenes with her. She had a play date for half the day. And of course, hubby always steps up to the plate. This has been quite a busy election season. And he has really held down the fort so that I can go out and do what I got to do. So Gianna says, thanks, Miss Sandra, the queen of all media in the Cayman Islands. Oh my goodness, I should get my little daughter's tiara tomorrow morning and wear that in the morning. We will continue the coverage into the morning. Coracita, thank you. You're most welcome. Diana, thank you, my love. Juanita, yes, madam, thank you. Nikki says, great coverage, CMR. Betty says, congrats for the amazing day. Good job. Ricky Tibbet says, I need to come and talk to you one-on-one next week. Oh, Lord, Ricky, that sounds serious. Yes, I try to make myself available to you all. Miss Janet says to get some rest. Corrine says, thanks, Sandy, and good night. Perla, good night to you, my dear. Vicky says, thanks to CMR and thanks to Karen. Miss Karen did a beautiful job. Abigail says, thank you, Sandy. Great coverage. All we can move forward and pray for is the best. Yep. Miss Erna says, Sandy, you did us good. Thank you, madam. Janet, yes, thanks to Gigi. She's tucked in and sleeping. Thank you, Pauline. Thank you, Melita. Amoy, thank you, my dear. And yes, thanks to hubby Marlon, who has really done a fantastic job holding down the fort. And you're most welcome, Peter. He says, thanks for keeping me informed. As you know, I'm in Jamaica, and my brother Alric still, well, guess he is too straight. He's a true politician. We will keep the fight going. Yes, Alric did well. And I think Alric just needs to stay the course because 2025 will be right around the corner, folks. And, you know, a lot of them were saying that that media and social media in particular and CMR wasn't going to make an impact in this election. And I hate to tell you, but I think that we the people, all made an impact on the results from today. So, folks, that's all she wrote. I am out. I appreciate your support, and I appreciate all of you tuning in. It's been a wonderful day. I think I might go out and check Wayne and them by his office just to give them a little congrats in person. And then I will see you guys in the morning, and we'll sleep on it a little bit and then talk about it as we go into the weekend. Yeah, awesome. What a day. Truly an amazing, absolutely amazing day, folks. What can I say except thank you all so much for tuning in. And let's end it on a good note. We'll play big shout out to Miracle Brokers, folks. Give your support if you need anything logistics-wise, move, shipping, whatever. They are one of the organizations that support us, as well as Burger King and Popeyes. Support those who support CMR because they help to pay the bills and to keep us going.
Miracle Brokers International is Cayman's premier source for all your packing, moving, and logistics needs. Whether it's moving a baby grand piano for a concert or moving halfway around the world, we have you covered with our team of local and international experts. MBI has over 30 years of industry experience and are able to get the job done for you right the first time. Contact us today for all your packing, moving, shipping, and logistics needs at 949-5989 or email info@miraclebrokers.com.
Miss Catherine. Miss, I must tell you, I stopped to tell you, Mom, that every time I cross here for the last 2 weeks, I see you right here, Mom. And you seem to be a humble lady. You have nothing to say. And if I were a registered voter in West Bay Central, I would vote for you, Mom. I like how you just humble and you know, you stick by yourself and stuff like that. Yeah, I like people like that, mom.
Cayman Decides. Candidate and election information with a real-time election map, tracking the results as they become available.